Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, October the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? And can you see my screen? Yes, yes. Thank you. All right. So, what is happening this morning? So, as I'm just opening the room, I'm seeing this Kala getting dumped here. K-A-L-A. I don't see any specific news on it other than at approximately 8 o'clock they announced an appointment of somebody. But that can't be it. So anyway, something else is going on with Kala. Mr. Goods, bright and early, all right. All right, what else is happening? IO is up on raised guidance. IO is up on raised guidance. They don't release until November the 3rd, it looks like, but they've raised guidance already. So coming into the 200-day moving average right there, 211, coming right into it. See if it pops through. VALN, virus play. VALN. French company, let's see now, VALN, so this is a huge move for it. I know there was a reason, it is a virus play of some sort. I think they're looking to get an approval for their drug, or they're getting an approval, but anyway, VALN, huge move for it so far. RVNC, I actually shorted this one this morning, RVNC. FDA said no to the approval of their drug, RVNC. I'm not in the short anymore. And I'm going to look at when the market opens to see if I'm going to reshort it. Might be a little more difficult though because the uptick rule will be in effect. Now JCS is down, a special dividend, special dividend of 350. So I think this is what's knocking this one down, JCS. You can just sort of see down 330, special $3.50 dividend. MGTX is up big. I don't see any specific news. I'm just sort of glancing at headlines. I don't see any specific news on it, but it is up. 31 million in the float, so it's certainly not a big float. You can see that on Friday, it got, at one point, it was through the 200-day moving average, closed just below it, but now it is gapped way above it, MGTX. HX continues its move from, I think, Thursday and Friday of last week. Certainly Friday, China stock. Yeah, there was a big move on Friday for it and a bit of a continuation. It's almost, I think it is just below the high of Friday. 654, 645, yes, just below the high of Friday. Oyster, OYST, gapping up. FDA gave them the first approval for a nasal spray for dry eyes. So there you go. And there's the 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. And it is a low float, 10 million in the float. Here's another one of these companies. Let's do a press release and put Google in the press release, and let's see what happens. So COMS at one point was up to 176. It just pulled way back. I almost didn't want to even mention this one, but they got some kind of Google certification. So, and that was the initial flurry for comms. ACI, Albertsons. This is a earnings play, I do believe. Yeah, pre-market. Yeah, so it's an earnings play. ACI, a little gap up for it. Space, SPCE is gapping down again. Had a tough day on Friday. And further moving down again, UBS has put now a price target of $15 on them. Evol, EVOL, EVOL. I'm not sure. I don't see any news on it. Now I see some news. See, after the company announced it will sell its activation and marketing businesses to Partner One Capital for $40 million. So they're selling off. I don't know what percentage of what they do overall is that business, but they're selling off that part of their business for $40 million. That is EVOL, very low float, 9 million in the float. A lot of volume for this one, but it is a big float. ADMP, huge volume for it. ADMP, 37 million, but it is a $147 million float. Looks like they received some kind of FDA approval for ZIMH injection. I have no idea what that is, but and FUTU continues its move down. FUTU continues along with Tiger, TIGR, a couple of China Fin stocks. So continues its move down. You know, it's had a, wow, I mean, look at this. I mean, 4 days ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, this was up at $94, $59 now. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that, Meta. Default bias for earnings plays. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. And the trade of the week, again, how you trade it will be up to you if you trade it at all, but the trade of the week is REI. And it's considered live at $4 with a $3 with a 360 stop. You can kind of see, you know, obviously it's an energy play. Energy has kind of come back this month. Not kind of, it has come back this month. So you can see what Steve was looking at. Steve, who originates the trades of the week every week. And Mankind, there's one I forgot to mention. MNKD is gapping way down. Complete response letter from the FDA was obviously negative for it. Mankind, it looks like it's trying to hold the 200-day moving average. It's right at it. Some more coming in now. U.S. Steel is sinking here. U.S. Steel, October 28th is its earnings date. So U.S. Steel is on the way down. No. I mean, I don't hear anything about stocks going up because of good earnings. You're talking about beforehand? Never. I think the question from the YouTube room is, do I have a bias? If I hear, quote unquote, hear that a stock is going to have good earnings, do I take it before? No, never. Never. I don't trade through earnings at all. Let the earnings happen, and afterwards I'll trade. But I don't try to guess, or certainly I don't listen to anything that I so-called hear anywhere. 9:13, so let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Yeah, we're starting to get a little more activity from these analysts. A few more downgrades and upgrades. Let me get a few of them in. Just a few more upgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. There are a few more downgrades than there are upgrades this morning. And just checking the market, the SPY is down, so we're going to have a negative open I see Morgan Stanley downgraded U.S. Steel X. Another Morgan Stanley is downgrading a couple of steel companies, STLD and of course X. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I wrote some news on Riot over the weekend, something about going to have the biggest mining operation in the U.S. It hasn't really moved it. In fact, it's moving down. I guess Bitcoin is must be fading a bit this morning. What's Mara doing? All right, let's take a look at these sectors, see what's happening. Click on New from our toolbar, click on New, then our dock channel bar, and then the sector status. Take a quick look to see what may be in store today. I'm assuming everything is going to be, wow, look at energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. These are the stocks that make up the major sectors. So for instance, XLE is the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up that sector. Every one of them is up from Friday's close, 100%. Every one of them is up. As opposed to technology, whoa, look at technology. Every one of them is, well, these are flat, but every one of them is down. Well, at least it was. Communications probably the same. Not every one of them, but only 25% up. Only 31% of the financials are up from Friday's close. So you can kind of, it's just a bit of a snapshot at what might happen today. Of course, things can change once the market opens and we get into the day. But right now, energy is the way to go. So, but again, it's early. Well, it's early. That market hasn't really opened, so just have to wait and see. There's another one sinking here. Omer, wow. Yeah, another one of these complete response letters, a CRL. I mean, obviously not good. Received from the FDA. This is well, it could be almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low is down here, so it's not quite an all-time low, but man, this is just getting slapped. And it is, yeah, 60 million in the float. Nope. If you click on New, dock channel bar, and then sector status, I mean, I've done nothing to this, so. When you say it looks nothing like it, what do you mean exactly? At any rate, I've done nothing to it. This is, as far as I know, I mean, I've been loading this for several weeks now, and it hasn't changed at all. Remember, load it from the dock channel bar. What do I think of ORPH? Well, remember now, these are all topless, so they do get updated every 30 seconds. ORPH. What do I think of it? Well, don't know. I mean, it's doing nothing right now, down 10 cents. So I really don't think anything of it right now. And also, I see that well, that was on the 15th, so they're doing a financing. Oh man, I'm not in the short anymore. RVNC, this looks like this could be, well, not could be. I'm not in the short anymore, unfortunately. So let me load that again, the dock channel bar, from the dock channel bar. Remember, when you load it and I load it, I mean, the percentages shouldn't be incredibly different. But they will be different, depends on when you load it. Remember, these are topless, so they get updated every 30 seconds. Don't understand when you say you get stuck. I just exit out and that's it. I just close it down by clicking the big X up here. The other thing is make sure you are on the change from the close. I mean, that's the default, change from the close. That's how I sorted it. So, yeah, I don't understand what, yeah, just click the X and the channel bar disappears, so. Always always close down trade ideas also. Some of you I know like to leave it running all the time. You should always close it down and then reload it in the morning. I don't know if that's what you did or didn't do. Here's another one that could get interesting, but it's got to it's got to get over 4 again. Look at AMPI, little bit of action in the pre-market. I'm just looking at the volume, and it is an energy play. So with energy being up, but it really has to take, I'm going to stick an alert around 423 and see if it can take that out at some point, because if it can, then you just look left and it has a lot of room on a percentage basis. Colonel Carson, good morning. All right, just kind of looking at some, so I see Albertsons, ACI, I think that was near the 200-day, or am I wrong? No, I'm way wrong. So it's way above the 200-day moving average. So this week we're going to have about 200 to 250 companies releasing earnings. So we're going to have a lot more activity earnings-wise. Last week was kind of a bit of a taste of earnings season, getting started. This week we'll be full into it, and then the following, I would say 3 to 4 weeks, we'll probably have anywhere from 4 to 1,000 companies releasing every week. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in. Another little energy play, this OIS. So again, energy, as we speak, is the hot sector today. As we speak. That can change, of course, once the market opens. See if FUTU is continuing down here. Yeah, it's just kind of basing. Take a look at Tiger, TIGR. Usually trade in tandem. A couple of China Fins, financials. Liquid data, is this what this is called? LQDA, LQDA. So this is having a bit of a move here. Let's see if see any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. LQDA. But it is breaking above Thursdays and Fridays highs. This one is on the move, guys. Look at the volume coming into MGTX, breaking way above that 200-day moving average now. Touched it on Friday, closed below it, and there's got to be some news on it. I just can't see a headline, a specific headline. Yeah, I just don't see a specific headline for it. It's a healthcare stock, of course, but other than that, I just see if I can see something here. Nope. Trade of the week is REI. REI. Considered live at $4. Again, how you trade it will be up to you, obviously, but $4 with a $3.60 stop. Is that what it is, Zach? I think I read, over the weekend, I'm pretty sure I did read something about this MGTX. It's a relatively low float, 31 million in the float. Well, William is not here. I don't know where William is. He usually lets me know when there's a minute to go. So anyway, market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. Let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Good night. Don't know. I didn't read anything on that this morning. You can use E-Trade for automated trading with Holly. We don't recommend it. If you're part of this test drive, you cannot do any auto trading if you're part of the test drive. That was a question from our YouTube room. But we don't recommend auto trading, okay? But we can't stop you from doing it. Well, this FUTU RVNC just continues down. Why am I not still in this short? Let's see if it can hold here. Well, at 12:30 still has another $2 to go before it starts hitting these levels on the monthly chart. Wow, RVNC just getting sloshed. Well, no, you can open several channels at a time. If you click on new, as long as you, and then dock channel bar, now I can open a channel, okay? I can open an earnings channel. Here we are. Then I can go back, new, dock channel bar, open up another one, okay? However, don't go crazy because it's really going to tax resources, okay? You're not, but you can open several channels at a time, yes. So let's see what the market is doing. So obviously, as I said before, SPY is down, so we're a negative open to start. Should have mentioned CCJ. Uranium is back. CCJ. So take a look at URA, which is the ETF. And there it is. There's the ETF for uranium. A couple of Wednesday, Thursday, a little pullback. Friday kind of held. Wow, RVNC should have kept a piece of it, but c'est la vie. Meanwhile, FUTU just getting slapped here. FUTU and probably Tiger, TIGR. So this, I just put in the Brokerage Plus link. You know, it'll show you, the first video shows you how you can connect to an E-Trade account using Brokerage Plus. Okay, and then if you're part of this test drive, you cannot auto trade. You can try it in the simulator first, okay, and that's what I recommend highly, strongly. You know, before you start auto trading anything, practice in our simulator, see how it works. Wow, RVNC. Okay, I can't keep mentioning it, sorry. Okay, yeah, little breakout now for REI. This is the trade of the week. The high over here a few days ago was 14.16, so you know, it takes that out, but it's got some room, obviously, and it's an energy play, so okay, guys, OMER. This is on the gap down, the 10-day gap down, and also on my gap down filter. So there are three, CCL is, so RVNC, of course, is in the gap down, my gap down, and then the 10-day daily breakdown. And OMER is also. So those are the two that are in both of those scans. I mean, look at this. Whoops. So this is what I'm talking about. This scan right there, RVNC, my sort of my basic gap down. And then RVNC right here on the 10-day breakdown. So just a huge move down. And OMER is in both of them also. OMER. Now AVDL is. Let's see, AVDL. Now this is coming into the 200-day moving average though, so that might be a little bit of support area for AVDL. Yeah, AVTE is halted because of volatility. Let's take a look at it. AVTE. Not much volume yet. It is sort of sneaking in actually into my house resumes. I have a minimum volume of 20,000, so it is just sneaking in, low float. All right, so this IO just showed up in my option scanner. Now, it is a little bit early though. I don't like in fact, I'm surprised. I think I know what I did. I forgot to save. I like to have a 10-minute delay on it. Give me a moment, please. Okay, AVTE just resumed at 18. Wow, big gap. Wow, big gap up. It got halted at 1723. It's at 1889 right now. And the volume, of course, obviously it just picked up. Now it's at 19 something. Looks like this could get halted again. So very surprised right now. The spread is only a penny. I think this is going to get halted again. It's not moving. Yeah, it just got halted. Riot had news on the weekend. Yeah, there it goes. So, claiming they were. I think what I read is they're claiming to have the largest Bitcoin mining operation in North America. I think that's what they said. Something to that effect, anyway. But when you look at it, in the pre-market, certainly you wouldn't have thought that. But lots of volume coming in to Riot. I don't see any news on AVTE. No specific news. CCL is just what's happening to you. CCL. Of course, this is one of the cruisers. My guess is that they're all doing the same thing. Let's take a look at NCLH, Norwegian. Yeah, so they're all RCL. I'm sure they're all doing the same thing. Omer. Boy, guys, I'm telling you, you get a correlation. I talked about this last week. You get a correlation between the 10-day daily breakdown and the stocks that are showing up in my gap down. And the two were Omer and RVNC. And I'm not in the RVNC anymore, unfortunately. Man, what a move down. Cameco, let's see, Cameco. Now, on the flip side, the daily breakout, again, I haven't been as wild about the breakouts as I am about the breakdowns. But I do see TRMD showed up on both. And again, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, here is the 10-day daily breakout, and here's the breakdown. And then my gap down, gap up and gap down. So if I see the same stock in both, so for instance, this is what I'm talking about. Omer, you see it's here and here. RVNC here and here. And as is AVDL. Now CCL did not show up here. And again, these are all scans that I am sharing. You guys have been talking about AMD for, I know last week, AMD. Yeah, wow, look, big move. I just don't trade this price stock. I'm usually only trading up to $30 or so, but you know, obviously a fantastic move for it. Wow, I mean, look at Omer, guys. I mean, this is, I don't know what else to say, you know. I'll keep sort of telling you about what I'm looking at every single day in terms of the daily breakdowns, especially the breakdowns. I mean, I just haven't seen the correlation yet in the breakups. I just find that stocks will just, you know, it's the old adage, they'll go down a lot faster than they'll go up. So anyway, you just have to, if you have those two scans, just the daily breakdown and then my gap down, and you get a correlation, you know, pay attention. And if you don't want to short, I don't know how, I can't, you know, I can't say anything. Nothing I can do if you are just against shorting. Man, oh man, yeah, I got halted on the way down. Boy, the first halt was at 1723, and it got up to, what, 21? 22 almost. So Becca, if you're here, no complaining about no shorts. OMER and of course the RVNC. I was surprised I got this one as easily as I did because it was down way more than 10%, of course, but the uptick rule did not nail me this time. So that means you didn't take them. Well, Let's see, no activity for the AI yet. Yeah, a little jump here for Macy's. Macy's having a nice little move here. Look at the volume that came in. It's not a low float, of course, but look at the volume that came into Macy's. The next high looking left on the daily is 25.46. 25.46. So it may, and it looks like a couple of times. So that might be an area to short. You know, if it cannot take out that 25.46 area, 25.50 area, you know, it stalls there, it could come right back down. Diego, buenos dias. It is in the strength alerts, okay. Boy, here's another one just getting slammed here. LTCH. See if I see any news. This is a goal. I didn't see this one in the, I don't think so. Let me just see if I saw Latch. Yes, I should have paid a little more attention to it. Latch is actually, LTCH is one of the downgrades. And you should have paid a little more attention to it. Why? Because it was Goldman downgrading it to $10 from 16. But this is, boy, I mean, this is just about an all-time low now for LTCH. What we thought I have on IO is that it didn't hold. Tried to get through two. Oh, it's coming back. Okay. I know it's in my option scanner. Now, for whatever reason, I don't know why, I guess I forgot. I must have done some, must have loaded an older version because I do have I'm supposed to have a 10-minute delay on getting anything from my option scanner. But it is now. The problem with it is there's a 200-day moving average. I mean, it's the same old thing, you know. There's that 200-day moving average. You could block it right there. We see this all the time. Now, I'm not saying it's going to, but you can just see that green line right above it at $2.11. Man, I should have paid way more attention to this Latch pre-market. It was shortable. Well, lots of shorts available, 6.5 million at Interactive Brokers. So, got to pay more attention when you see a Goldman downgrade, especially with a price target. Meanwhile, fuel cell. Yeah, fuel cell having a nice day so far. Lots of volume, big float. I know you're exaggerating the unit when you say you cannot short anything at TD Ameritrade, TD8. Boy, even this one was shortable at Interactive Brokers, AVTE. All right, this one just breaking out for those of you who have the really cheap ones. Wow, look at this one, GRNQ, kind of interesting. There's a 200-day way up here, 158 or so, 158. The next high looking left is 107. I've seen this one in the past, and then 113. You know, got up to these levels, and then it just sank down to 55 cents, coming back a little bit. See any news on GR and Q? Don't see any specific news on it. Okay, we're almost half an hour in. So if you're wondering about what you were seeing here with this XPDI, I was demonstrating how you can take a stock on a pullback on, I believe on Friday. So I left it in. Obviously, I guess it got executed on Friday. I decided to leave it in, just showing you how you can actually use this simulator to practice swing trading. I'm going to go over the simulator in a little while. All right, so Oyster, O-Y-S-T, there's the 200-day, so that's far enough away, 1780. Had some news. First approval, FDA gave first approval for a nasal spray for dry eyes. That was their lots of volume. Look at LTCH. So guys, you know, you can do all this on your own, of course, too, but LTCH, big downgrade from Goldman this morning. Now we're at basically an all-time low. I guess this is the all-time low is here at 940, so it's below now. It's an all-time low for, wow. Depends what you mean by compatible, the unit. We're a scanner, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. So it depends what you mean by compatible. You can use TraderIdeas with any broker you want. That's what it said. Nasal spray for the nasal spray, but I guess, you know, your nose and throat all connected. I don't know. Except for eyes. I don't know. All I can do is tell you what they said, what the press release said. Let me make sure I did read this correctly. Phew, yes, okay. Becomes the first FDA-approved nasal spray to treat dry eyes, okay? Okay, if you're talking about using this Brokerage Plus, no. The only two brokers it works with are IB, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade, not TDA. But that doesn't mean you can't use TradeIdeas. It just means you can't use this option feature we have called Brokerage Plus. That's all that means. Well, my guess is plug must be moving too. I know there was a $40 price target put on it, but it didn't do very well from the price target. So I mean, here is a case where fuel cell showed up in the 10-day daily breakout at 795, and it also showed up in my gap up. Yeah, our external linking tool, you're absolutely right. I mean, the external linking tool, it's a time saver. So you can link TDA and trade ideas. And all the linking means, though, it's just a time saver so that when you click on an alert in trade ideas, it'll load into your broker's platform. Okay, in this case, TDA. We link with many brokerages, but it's not, you can't use this window to trade from within trade ideas, but it is a great time saver though. Establishing the link using our external linking tool. It's a time saver. That's what it is. Look at this. SPY's making a big comeback here, guys. We're almost flat. Tech is now up. Let's just take a look at what tech is doing because it was down this morning. Let's take a look at the sector status to see how things have changed since the market opened. So I think tech at one point, I mean, 35% of the stocks are up from Friday's close now that make up the XLK ETF. I think this morning it was only about 5%. So tech is coming back. You can just see with the NAS, heavy weighted or weighted heavily with tech stocks. And communications, probably the same type of thing. Utilities, 100% of them are down. Yeah, I have this, I have SOFI, SOFI thumbnailed, and I do see it is trying to get to 20. I believe they had a $24 or $25 price target put on them by, can't remember if it was it Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan. I think one of the big guys, or maybe Oppenheimer. I can't remember anymore, but I do recall I think it was about a $24 price target put on it. Wow, RVNC, the 2 stars, guys. I mean, the absolute 2 stars today. RVNC and Omer. You do some pre-market work, and you had to see this. First of all, this happened, I guess, Friday afternoon after the market closed. The bad news, and then it held this morning. When I say held, it didn't gap up or anything like that. It basically held and just started to move down. And the cruisers, yes, the cruisers are, we saw CCL, CUK, another way of trading, I guess, CCL. Looks like there's a lot of support right around 2057, 2050 or so for CUK, which is going to be probably the same. It's going to be a support area for CCL. Yeah, the same sort of thing. Yeah, so as somewhat predicted, I mean, the IO just struggled to get through that 200-day moving average. What did it get to? Did get up to 220, but this is pre-market though, okay? Did get up past that 200-day moving average. The closest it got was 211 which is exactly where it stopped. Amazing, isn't it? That's at 9:45. It got right to the 200-day moving average, which has disappeared on me here. Yeah, just briefly, it went over in the pre-market. Yes. Ija. It might, Ija, but it's got to take out that 200-day. And if it took out the 200-day, then what could be in store for it? I mean, there's still, I mean, look at the weekly chart. There's still, I know you're a longer term holder of these things, but there's still some resistance, 223 a couple of times, the weekly, 222, it's got this, I don't know. I mean, listen, it might, but I think there's still a lot of resistance, even if it takes out that 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at REI. This is the trade of the week. Yeah, what did it get to? It got up to 415, and what's the high right there is 416. High is 411. So yeah, I mean, it's probably got to have to take out that high right there before it's really going to rock. All right, let's take a look at VEDL. What are you doing? VEDL. Okay, an Indian stock from Mumbai. Don't see any specific news on it, but it is up a lot, 10%. Big float, 265. Okay, I do see that Oyster, OIST, did appear in my option scan. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert where it happened, which is about 1522. So I'm going to put an alert right there, see if it takes it out later on. It's a very low float, 10 million in the float, so it's already traded the float. 50% of the float is already traded. Well, let's see, RVNC, let's see where it is in terms of a potential support area. Yeah, so the low right there on the monthly is 1252. And here it is 1178. So it's got a little bit of room still. If it wants to keep moving down on the weekly chart, maybe, what is that? 1252. Well, good luck. It still has maybe a little bit of room that it could kind of move down, but 13 might stall it. Okay, IO is, again, touched that 200-day moving average again. IO touched it. Well, Sophie, you are now over 20. Can you hold? You're right, though, it is extended. Hard to chase this one right now, but you mean in my watch list, in my channel? Are you talking like which? Are you talking about the options channel? It's different, yes. If you're talking about the options channel, but I'm sharing it. Yeah, if you're talking about the option channel, yes, but I'm sharing my option scanner. You just have to go, in about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to go over a lot of this. Yeah, but look at the struggle IO is having to get through that 200-day moving average. Briefly did it, but it is struggling. I mean, it's the area, as Rio will call it. It's the area. It's not so much just the absolute price, but it is, it's just struggling to get through it. What happened with Mara? So is Riot doing the same thing? The answer is yes. So Riot had some, again, I can't remember exactly what the news article said, but something to do with maybe assembling the largest mining operation in North America. No, it was Riot, Ija. Well, I mean, what I read was about Riot. Now, whether or not they were saying I thought they were going to have some big announcement this weekend. Also, it wasn't OLB for sure. It was not OLB because I know you love OLB, but it wasn't. It wasn't anything to do with OLB. Another one that is moving down here, IONS. Oh, I'm sure. I'm not saying OLB is not moving, but it was not about OLB. It was definitely Riot. All right, we can, oh, it is shortable now. MNKD is shortable. Now it did show up. Now I think there's probably a little bit of support though for MNKD around 4. It did show up on my option scanner on the way down. So I'm not going to lose sight of the oyster. And the the OYST. I have my alert set around 1520 or so. See if it takes it out later on. It did get up to, all the way up to 1630 odd in the pre-market. So it did have some news. It came on the option scanner. And again, as I always say, just because something comes in my option scanner, even though I love the ideas that are generated, doesn't mean I hop in immediately. Wait to see how it trades a little bit. It's pulled back, so that's why now I have my alert set up here. Okay, I mentioned this GRNQ for those of you like really, really cheap plays. GRNQ, the next level it has to take out, well, there it is, high of 107, high of 103, high of 113. You know what? If it can take out 113, then the next high looking left is way up here at 160. So, that'd be a great percentage move. So, for those of you liking the really cheap plays, keep an eye on that GRNQ. I don't see any specific news on it. Sophie, guys, well, I did not take it. It's just a little too extended. I was hoping maybe for a little bit of a pullback to the 20 mark, but doesn't look like we're going to get it today. However, this is a good time just to show you what you can do in the simulator, okay? Let's say I wanted to take Sophie, but I'm not, too extended, but if it pulled back to 20, I want to know about it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say 300 shares. I'm going to say $20 in both of these boxes here, in the price and the stop box. I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a nice big blue line will show up right here. So if Sophie comes back down to $20, it'll take the trade. That's how you can use the simulator to practice pullback trades. Oh, look at AZUL, guys. AZUL. Where is the next low looking left here? It is 1864, way over here. Boy, this has got some room to move. Let's see if there's anything Any reason why this one is starting to sink? Showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Give me a moment, please. I'm just trying to find that information about. There's the GRNQ, guys. If you're into the really cheap ones. Definitely some big bounces for Tiger, TIGR, and probably the FUTU. Yeah, some big bounces for those. All right, it is almost 10:20. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And I always like to start off with my home page. Lots of information on my home page. So there is the link for it. Also in the main trading room, you'll see a tab that says Barry's home page. All right. So if you click on that, there is the link all day long. So if you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll get an idea about how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have 4 plans, annual and monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, nicknamed Holly. I'll go over that in a little bit. You do not have to have or take out an annual plan. You can always go month to month if you want. $118 for standard, $228 for premium. That 15% discount can be applied to the first month only. All right, first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Also, my recommendation is do not take out an annual subscription if you don't know the product, okay? Try us out. You can always just try us out, our standard service for the for a month. You get the 15% off. And you can always upgrade later. On my homepage, I have 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week, which is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern Time. And then all of the education is right here, including our brand new user guide. Okay, brand new user guide. You click on that, and it's very detailed. Virtually every topic is covered. You know, we have segmented here, but also the full table of contents. So, you know, you're thinking, well, how do I do this or that? It's all here in our user guide. Now, something just a little quicker though is the 20 introductory lessons. It goes into, you know, what is a top list, creating top lists, alert windows, creating them, etc. So this is sort of a quick look, and then if you want to really dive into it, you can take a look at the user guide. Daily support sessions. So in our YouTube room, one of the traders takes over for me between 12 and 1. Today is Monday, so it should be. Now, Sean, I think, is on vacation, so I don't think it is Sean. I'll have to find out who is going to be taking over for him. But somebody, so when I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. Again, our daily webinars will be back to our schedule next week. And so you can sign up for them all. They are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, but we do rotate them now. So I'm not sure I'm not sure of the schedule next week. It's either Monday and Wednesday or Tuesday and Thursday. But you can sign up for them all and you'll get a notification when they are. Back to basics. Okay, if you're new to trading, you know, it's a great little series, video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. It starts off with what is a stock. So if you are new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And we created some ebooks for you. So a lot of information. My homepage, I always recommend save the link. Because also here, all the scans that I'm sharing. You click here. This is a sample layout. It's a lot like what you see. And then here is my moving higher with unusually strong options. And these two that I pay attention to these three, the unusually strong options and the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Okay, and I'm sharing them. I have other scans you might want to take a look at. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. Gap up and down, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market to kind of find the ideas for stocks that may be active all day long. So a lot of information in these two sections. Save my link, then you can take a look at them at any time you want. All right, let's talk a little bit about trade ideas in general. Mentioned this A, I didn't take it, but the AZUL continues to move down. So what are we? Trade Ideas, we are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world or who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. So if you want to build your own scans, this is what you do. You know, this is an example of one. Call it basic new highs and lows. And when you click on the summary, you can see what this scan is looking for. Now, if you took this scan, if you know, this is one of the ones I'm sharing, but you didn't like the price range, you can just change it. You know, just click on the icon and you can change the price range if that's what you want to do. Okay, so this is an example, though, of a scan. And one of the nice things about Trade Ideas is that you do not have to learn a programming language to create your scans. Again, this is if you want to create your own scans. If you right-click on an alert window and click on Configure and then Search, you'll see all of the alerts that we have. When you see these icons, these are the alerts. And when it comes to these icons, changes to these icons, these are the filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all. I always have to say that, you know, because people, if they're starting out with Trade Ideas, they think, my goodness, how am I going to learn all these alerts and filters? Well, you don't have to. What we've tried to do, though, is create enough alerts and filters that for those who want to create their own scans, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So you don't have to learn them all. I know I keep saying if you want to build your own scans, well, you notice in my home page, and you go to my layouts, I am sharing a lot of scans. And also in our toolbar, if you click on New from our toolbar, and then the dock channel bar, you'll notice that you have some layouts here. These are all themed layouts, themed channels with layouts. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, this is an example of a scan. It's an alert window. In the upper left-hand corner, you see the A, so you know it's an alert window. You know what I should have mentioned also, though? Well, I can demonstrate it here. So if you right-click, configure, summary, again, this is what this scan is looking for. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements, between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, etc., etc. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why we see aggro, okay? And it was the same with my basic new highs and lows. If the stocks meet those filter requirements and it made a new high or a new low, you get a real-time alert. So now here's the idea of building your own layout. If you liked this alert window and you thought, man, I wouldn't mind having that as part of my layout. So you right-click and you duplicate into a free-floating window. And when you do that, this popped up on another monitor. This is what you'll see. Now, if you wanted to make any adjustments, you right-click, configure, and if you didn't like the price range, you could change the price range. If you didn't like the minimum volume or whatever, but if you liked it the way it is, then you just save it to the cloud. You just right-click, save or share to cloud, save. I'm not going to do it. I'll show you why. So at this point, if you don't want to make your own scans at all, we've created a lot of scans for you. And all you have to do is go through the different channels. If I go to the stock surging as an example, stock surging. And again, if I like this one, the action is heating up right now. Sounds interesting. I could right-click again, duplicate into a free-floating window, and then save it. So the concept I'm trying to show you is that you can go through each channel, extract windows that you might like, and then incorporate them as part of your layout. Because once you've saved them to the cloud, you just file, load from cloud, and here it is. Here's one. The action is heating up right now. I'd saved it earlier. You just load it. Now it'll appear on your monitor, and that's what you do. You just basically bring back the ones you saved from the cloud, mask them, maybe create some charts, and then you can save your layout. Okay, just save your layout, and that's how you can build a layout of your own without really having built a scan from scratch. So we try to make it very easy for you. Okay, I'll repeat. So click on New, Dock Channel Bar, and then just go through the channels. I clicked on Momentum as an example, the Momentum channel. If I like this one, if I think, yeah, this is something that I'd like to have as part of my layout, this scan, can you right-click and you duplicate into a free-floating window. And then here's the window, and then you right-click, save or share to cloud, and save it. And then it'll be in the cloud. Okay? And you just go through the different channels, and you extract windows that you think you might like to have as part of your layout. And once you go through the channels, save various windows to the cloud. Then you file load from cloud from our toolbar, and there's Momo right there. And you just load it, and you just keep doing it. Just load the individual scans that you saved, and load them from the cloud, and then you'll see them all on your screen, and then file, save or share to cloud, and click on entire and give it a name. My first TI layout, whatever you want to call it, and save it. Now you've saved individual scans to the cloud, you've saved your layout to the cloud. Now when you exit Trade Ideas, when you click on File and Exit, it's going to ask you yes or no. Do you want to save your layout? I always say yes because, and then when I load Trade Ideas the next time, this is all, I always have a layout that I want to see when I load it. You can go through the guide also, but I'm going through a lot here, but if you don't want to create your own scans, then we have created so many scans for you. Oh yeah, Tim, yes, you can float them on other monitors, absolutely. You'll see what I'm doing right here, file load from cloud. And if I click on Momo, now it's loading on another monitor. So there it is in free float, and I can just move it to another monitor if I want. And what you can do, if you don't want to use our docked windows, which is fine, what you can do, if you have multiple monitors, you can take one monitor and sort of deem it as your main monitor, okay? And put the toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll call your main monitor. Arrange all your Trade Ideas windows as you want them on your main monitor and on the other monitors. Once you've done that, if you click on Tools, Options, Layouts, you see where it says Loading Layouts, and if you check Open Relative to Main Window and Save, and then of course when you exit Trade Ideas, save your work, then when you load Trade Ideas the next time, all those windows that you put on your other monitors and on your main monitor will show up exactly where you want them. Okay? I have 3 monitors. Well, if it's too busy and noisy, then maybe then you should, instead of pausing, you can't pause it, no. But what you can do is start to adjust your filters, so that you don't get so many. You could either increase the filter values that you got or add some more filters in order to, not get so much activity. Wow, RVNC. Oh. All right, let me just go over the AI, our premium service, part of our premium service. If you have the AI, what I would do is click on New from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this window is what you'll see. Never mind these two up here, but this is what you'll see. You just load it and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, you have an entry price, you have a stop. It's really, how you trade them though will be up to you. I use it like a watch list. I focus on the ones that are under $20. That's just the way I do it. I don't take every trade, of course. And before I take a trade, I always click on the alert to see what sort of pattern it's coming from, where I think there might be some support or resistance. Okay, so I don't auto trade, I never will. Now, if you have our app, if the downloadable application, then this window is available to you. If you're using our web-based version, this window is not available. This is what we call Brokerage Plus, this big blue window that you see here. It's called Brokerage Plus. You'll pop this link in. So there's a Brokerage Plus link that I popped in. So there are two videos in that link. The short video shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. The second video is a lot longer. It's about 26 minutes long, and it gets into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And it's also relevant to what I'm going to go over next, using this as a simulator. Well, it's not a Mac-based program, so I don't know if you can. There are three ways in which if you have a Mac, how you can use Trade Ideas. We do have a web-based version of the product, so you can use the web-based version. It's not as robust as the application, downloadable application. You don't get this Brokerage Plus window, so if you want to practice trading, you won't have access to that. But you can, if you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels, which a lot of people I know do. You can use that, and then you can use your Mac. Or if you're willing to use something like Amazon Web Services, I'm going to pop a video in, or a podcast that was done by a couple of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and this is how they use, I think they use AWS. But it is a PC-based program. So I mean, if you want to take full advantage of the program, either get a PC or use an emulation program, or use something like AWS. And we will never have a Mac version. Well, never. Never's a long time, but it is highly, highly, highly doubtful we'll ever have a Mac version. All we will try to do is keep improving the web-based version. Vero, okay, let's take a look at Vero from Zach, V-E-R-O. Yeah. Now, using this as a simulator, can't emphasize more that if you're new to trading, please, before you start trading with real money, use our simulator, okay? Paper Trader, simulator, whatever you want to call it. Very simple to do. You just click on Sim, then you're in simulation mode. I think you'll see something got count here. You just click on it and then choose the option Simulated Trading Default. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It's using our real-time data. And again, it's very simple to use. You just click on an alert. Now, I already demonstrated how you can use it as a pullback to practice pullback trading. I think it was for that's right, for Sophie. Okay, so what I did was with Sophie, if I click on Sophie or load Sophie in the chart, you'll see that I said, okay, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking Sophie, but only if it pulls back to $20. Okay, that's where that blue line is, right there. Let's show you another one, how you can use it as a pullback. All right, let's say I wanted to take EVOL, but I only want to take it if it pulls back down to, say, 248. I'm just showing the mechanics, okay? I'm not saying this is what you would do. I'm just saying this is the mechanics of what you would do. So you pick how many shares you want. When you click on the alert, the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want, and then in the price and the stop box, you just type in 248. and click the buy button, and now you'll see that big blue line will appear on the chart. So if EVOL pulls back down to 248, it'll take the trade. I'll leave that in there. Now let's take a trade and talk a little bit about money management. Let's say I wanted to take this one right here, LQDA, okay? Again, just showing the mechanics. The spread is 4 cents. It's not terrible. So again, I'm just showing you how you can do this. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy at the market. It took the trade at 361. I'm going to put a stop at 341, and I'll explain why I'm doing that, what I'm doing, or why I'm picking 341. You'll notice on the chart, a red line will appear, which is approximately minus 100, okay? So when you get into trading, not all the trades are going to work. That should be obvious, but what is maybe not so obvious, though, is that, okay, if your trade isn't working, where are you going to get out of it? You know, and that's what we call a stop. I always have a price where I'm getting out of the trade if I don't think it's working. Now, how I do it is I size up on the chart where I think there's a support area. A support area meaning maybe a lot of activity at a certain price. Then if it breaks down through that price, I should be out of the trade. That's not the only way to play stops, of course. You can some will take a look at maybe the previous 5-minute candle or a previous 15-minute candle or a moving average. This is why you have to practice, though. You have to get comfortable with how you're going to place your stops. Okay, that's why you practice, practice, practice. So once you get a little bit comfortable about where you're going to place your stop, that is also going to share size you. How is that possible? Well, the other aspect of when you start out trading is, okay, if I get stopped out, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? You notice what I do in this simulator to show you is I'm always risking about $100 on the trade. If you have a $5,000 account, obviously you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking about $100 a trade. So why did I put a 341 stop when I took this trade at 361? I did that to make the math simple. Because when you know how much you're risking on the trade, and it should be about the same amount every single trade, in my opinion, that's how I trade, that will share size you. So it's not a matter of, well, every trade I take 100 shares or 200 shares or 500 shares. My share size will vary depending on what my stop is. So in this case, again, 361 entry, 341 stop, that's 20 cents away. Not because I put 20 cents every stop, like 20 cents away is my stop every trade. I'm just doing this again to make the math simple. So that difference is 20 cents. So if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, I divide 20 cents into $100. Presto, I get 500 shares. So you can see that if my stop was, 25 cents, I'd be dividing 25 cents into $100. I wouldn't be taking 500 shares. If I was risking $50 a trade, so there's a little bit of math to go through, but that's why you practice. So, a couple of concepts here. The other thing I should have mentioned is that how I do it anyway, is I always look for reasons not to take the trade. So look at IO as an example. Why did I not want to take that trade? Well, for one thing, the 200-day moving average was really, really close, $2.11. So I'm always looking for reasons not to take the trade. Now, most of my scans, I don't have to worry about, does it have enough volume? Is it trading abnormally in terms of relative volume? Things like that, because I always have those aspects built into my scans. So what I'm then doing is I'm looking, okay, I get the alert. What's the pattern like? If I look left, how much room does it have on the daily, monthly, weekly? Where's that 200-day? I can size all of this up pretty quickly, though. So I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade, though. So unless I can put a check mark for all those reasons, I'm not going to take the trade. So, and that can be the very difficult part, because when you finally start trading with real money, and you go through your little checklist, and everything checks out, and then the trade doesn't work. You start thinking, man, how can it not work? Everything checked out. It was great earnings or great, whatever. Everything checked out. It looked like a fantastic setup. But guess what? Even the best setups, the best everything does not work sometimes. So it's sometimes very difficult to obey your stop. And that's another key thing, because if I get into a trade, you'll never see me not obey my stop, because I know where my stop is. I'll get out and I'll have that manageable loss that I'll take. But sometimes that is really, really hard to do mentally, because you start second guessing where you put your stop. No, maybe my stop was too tight. I practiced a lot, but maybe my stop was too tight. So instead of obeying your stop with that manageable $100 loss in this particular case, you start, and the stock moves down through that stop. Now you're down $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell. So, in the simulator, it is very easy to obey your stop because it's not real money, is it? But when you start trading with real money, emotions come into play. So I will say this: if you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you're trading your live. Okay? But also, if you can make money in the simulator, there's no guarantee you'll be able to make money once you start trading for real. Because again, trading can be very, very highly emotional. So practice, practice, practice. That's why we have the simulator here. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. We've got a great scanner here, but you still have to learn how to trade. Establishing what sort of a trader you want to be. By that I mean, I'm not a great pullback trader, as an example. Could I turn myself into a decent pullback trader? Yes. But you see, for me, I'm more interested in stocks that are making new highs or lows for the day. I concentrate on that one style of trading. Instead of trying to, I better look at this style also and another style and another style. So I have so many styles, types of trading techniques, that once I'll get nothing done. So I have decided early on in my trading career that what I like to see are stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. It doesn't mean I pile into the trade just because it happens, but for my style of trading, that's what I like to see. Others, hate that. So they'd much rather be a pullback trader, and that's absolutely fine. But you have to, to practice trading, you have to figure out what style of trading, or what style of a trader you want to be. Well, remember now, it is a simulator. So, does it happen sometimes it'll take the trade immediately. You saw how when I took this LQDA trade, it had about a 2 or 3 second pause and took the trade. But remember, it's a simulator. Like, I wouldn't get hung up if it takes 2 or 3 seconds to place a trade, in the simulator. And you know what? This is a great idea also for those of you who are really reluctant to short because you've read all sorts of horrible things about shorting and I'll never do that, etc. You can practice here. Just the mechanic. Other thing, with the simulator, if you're brand new to trading, sometimes it can be a harrowing experience for that first time when you hit that buy button. Okay, at least here you can practice. You can get those mechanics out of the way. I mean, it's still going to be harrowing that first time when it's real money, but you can at least get the mechanics out of the way, or practice the mechanics of placing a trade in the simulator. These are hotkeys. You want to get out of a trade, and look what I did. I highlighted this and I flattened it. That got me out of this trade. I could have got out of half the trade, or I could have doubled my position. I was just showing you what you do, how you can. These are hotkeys that you can use. You could, of course, sell using the sell button a certain number of shares and pick the price you want. But if you want to get out of a trade almost immediately, you just click on flatten, and it'll get you out of the trade. Again, practice. See, these uranium stocks are again alive today. How's that ETF for uranium doing? Yeah, so this is now, looks like it's taking out that high right there, 29.39, almost. That's the high of 3 days ago. Hey, good morning, Real. I'm sure I hope you shorted RVNC and Omer. Well, there's ASLE. Okay, so there is ASLE. Zach just posted something about it. Ah, I see. This is what This is what Zach was talking about. So here is a short seller who is saying, you know what, we're going long this one. I'm more on the short side, Real. I'm way more on the short side. The RVNC I actually shorted pre-market. Unfortunately, I got out of it. Before, but I mean that showed up on that. But the other one was the Omer, which I'm out of it now. But I'm more on the short side. There's a tremendous. 642 down to 543. There's a $1 drop on a $6 stop or a stock. I don't think I saw ions. I'm just looking at the 10-day breakout. I don't see ions. Oh, I see. So, well, again, Real, it's because I've got this, my price range. It doesn't have this. So, actually, I thought I was going to raise it to 30, but I still wouldn't have seen it to here. But yes, of course, I would have seen this one also, but it's just outside the range that I like to trade. Yeah, you can go to our user guide. So the question in our YouTube room, can you refer me to either a video or a PDF that shows how to set up a scan from scratch? I don't want to use your customized scans. Yep. If you click on, I'll put my home page in. Okay, so when you click on that link, you'll be brought to this page. Okay, click on the education section. Click here. Now, in the user guide, one of the sections should be, yeah, the A window, okay, alert windows, or alerts and filters. You can start looking at alerts and filters, because this will show you all the alerts and filters that we have and how you can, basically take them. You can take them and create your own scan. Okay. The other thing, a little quicker, is if you go to the 20 introductory lessons. And what is an alert window? Create an alert window. This is maybe a little bit quicker. And this goes over, I can't tell you what scan you want, of course, but it really all you're doing is when you create an alert window, this is an alert window, and then you just right click, configure, and search. Here are all the alerts that we have, and here are all the filters that we have. Now, how you're going to combine them, obviously I have no idea, but that's how you would start creating your own scan. I don't go over creating scans from scratch, because there are a lot of our customers that just can't be bothered. Even if they're your long-term subscribers, they'd rather take a look at our alert window or our channel bar, take a look at the scans we've created, maybe massage them a bit, okay, to give them different price range and all. But a lot of our customers do not want to do anything like creating their own scans from scratch. So that's why I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and of course in the channel bar, a lot of alerts and a lot of scans are already created for you. But of course, if you want to create your own scan, of course. Well, Aaron, it should be in the email you get. Not the email you got for the RE. Did you not get the email? He just sort of outlined it, why REI was chosen. He talks about the recent strength in energy and natural gas sector has been getting a lot of attention, et cetera, et cetera. Trade of the week always tries to identify a chart that has the best looking consolidation, et cetera. So, it's in. So it was an energy play, and energy's been, obviously robust this month. So that's why it was chosen in this particular case. No, it's nowhere else. Don't know why you're not getting it. I do know that it is, we do get the odd email saying that, for whatever reason, I'm not getting your trades of the week. I know they're going to tell you probably to check your spam, or if you have Gmail, or your promotional folder or something like that. Okay, Joe Dagger, you know we don't do this in the room, right? You know that. But it is a lifetime high right now. It is a lifetime high. All right, guys, so yeah, so this doesn't look like, I mean, you never know, but because of that float, I'm talking about the OYST, oyster, you never know. With that float, anything could happen later on. I still have my alert set here at 1522. That's where the alert happened in the options scanner. You know, the volume is completely tapered off, but if it starts to pick up again and it takes out, excuse me, that 1522 later on, you know, it could have a run because, you know, the high in the pre-market got up to 1630. So we'll just have to, you know, just stick a price alert here. And again, I use the price alerts just not because if I get the price alert, I just pile into the trade, but I want to know about it. And then if I see the pattern it's coming from, and especially if I see some volume pushing it through that price, then that'll get me very interested. Yeah, no let up in Mara. No let up in Mara. Wow. And Riot, probably the same. Ooh, this doesn't look good for Tiger right now. This is an interesting pattern on the 15-minute chart. Tiger does not look good right now after the flurry. But look at this, a green bar ignored for Tiger. So we have a downtrend. We have a green candle on the 15-minute chart, totally engulfed by the previous red candle. And then the next candle is red, okay, which means it moved down below the low of that previous green candle. So just think of it this way. We have a downtrend, a pause in the downtrend, and maybe the downtrend continues. So after that, you know, flurry of, I mean, I think FUTU did exactly the same thing. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. No, no, I'm not a follower of LS. No, no. I mean, I don't think he invented it. It's a pretty common pattern. So no, I'm not a follower. No. Look at the SPY guys. Wow. Look at so tech. We've got a little disconnect going here. We have the Dow is down just a little. Tech, I call it tech. NASA's up. SPY's up. So we have a little bit of a disconnect going. SYTA, let's see if we can short that one then, Zach. SYTA. A little late. Nah, maybe not. Maybe not. We had a big pop here to 312. Volume coming in. What's the low? Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room to the next low looking left on the daily of 270. So Kim, were you looking at level 2 or something? Saying maybe a lot of, yeah. So, well, and I'll never ever say don't use level 2. I don't use level 2. Real doesn't use level 2. Zach uses level 2. I just think too many games are played, so I pay no attention to it whatsoever. We get the question all the time: does Trade Ideas have level 2? We'll never have level 2. I guarantee that. But I just think there are too many games played. Oh, just bids coming in and out. Yeah, fake bids, fake asks. Put them in, try to influence, yank them before anything happens. That's what I think anyway. But listen, if a person can use level 2 and make money doing it, keep doing it. But I personally don't pay any attention to it. Boy, look at this. The very good food company is not very good. Wow. Continues down. So there are no fake bids put in by the longs, Ija, ever? All right, so maybe the memers got a hold of this one. BBBY? Never. No kidding. Yeah, it is a well, I know it's a Canadian company. I didn't know it was Calgary. Actually, in Vancouver. Sorry, guys. My hometown. It's ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Look at this. So I guess it started trading as, it's not an IPO. I guess a symbol name change, something like that. Oh, yeah, I don't listen to anything on YouTube. Nothing. Zero. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. You know, I'll do some reading, but I mean, I don't let anything like that influence me. A beauteous thing, Zach. I don't know where you got the short on SYTA, but what a fall. All right, guys, let's see. And some of my alerts are starting to dry up a little bit here. Take a look at POWW. POWW, I think this is right at the high of the day. There's a red bar ignored right there on the 5-minute chart. Here's your trend. There's your red bar ignored. And then the next candle is green. This doesn't look that good for an oyster, though it's still early. I mean, there's just no volume. You see how the volume is completely dried up. Yeah, I don't think, oh, I don't know. I mean, somebody might have way back when noticed, oh man, we have a little uptrend, then a pause, and then the continuation. Let's call it a green bar or red bar ignored or continuation play or. Well, listen, Kim, I'll chime in. If a person can use level 2 to their advantage, go for it. Okay, I'm just saying I don't. I just find it. I look at time and sales only because I want to see how rapidly a stock is trading. I don't want to be in something that I look at. Well, virtually that's never going to happen because of the filters that I've got in place. But I don't want to. I don't want to get into a stock and all of a sudden there's no trade for 5 minutes. Okay, so. That's why, I will be looking at time and sales, but as far as the actual bid and ask size, etc., no, that's what I'm not really focusing on that. But this is not to say, this is not a recommendation not to do it. I'm always going to say if a person can find a way to make money using it, go for it. Ooh, this NXTD is drifting down. NXTD continue. Look at the day it had on Friday. Wow, up to 671. Oh, kind of cut in half. All right, Evol is starting to move. It's a very low float, 9 million in the float, so it's almost, well, not quite. It's traded the float quite 50% of the float. I think it had some news this morning. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. It was selling off a portion of their business. I don't know what the portion is though, but for $40 million. Company announced it will sell its activation and marketing businesses, okay, for $40 million. Now, I don't know what the what portion of their entire business that is, but they're selling that for $40 million. All right, guys, headset changing time. Just give me a moment here, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Look at that IO. It's still struggling to get through that 200-day moving average. You know, there it is. There's that 200-day area, 211, and it is still struggling to get through. Look at the SPY. What a great we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours straight up. CRDL. Let's take a look at CRDL. Yeah, but it won't appear, you know, right now only 900 contracts. I need 2,000. The percent is awesome, but it may show up later. But it needs 2,000 contracts to meet the minimum fill, and also even the relative volume isn't high enough. I think I have 3. Doesn't mean it's not a good trade, but yeah, relative volume is 3, and it's just barely sneaking in terms of the volume. I have a 500,000 shares minimum. So that's probably, well, that's a, right now though, the big, well, 2 reasons. Relative volume has to be 3 and has to have 2,000 contracts. All right, give me one more moment. I'll be right back. But let's take a look at CRDL. Let's see, is this shortable? It is shortable for me. So the next high is 455, so it's getting closer to that high. And then, of course, way up here, almost 5. So, well, let's see if it gets a little more parabolic. Actually, I'm seeing a lot of stocks now that are moving like this. They're available at Interactive Brokers to short. Let's see, MGTX. And there, in fact, there it goes, MGTX. There it goes a little bit. Wow, there it goes. All because of the Barron's article. All right, let's take a look left. The next high on the weekly chart, and let's see, we're at 1823 right now. So 1822, so it's at that level. And then the next high is 1845 and 1820. So I think it's probably, if for it to get really, really running here, it's going to have to take out that 1850 level. I'm going to put an alert at 1843, which is the high right here, right up there. And it almost did that. Oh man, LTCH on that downgrade by Goldman's continues down. Now it's an all-time low. LTCH. I put a $10 price target on it. It blew through that. All right. Obviously, the market doesn't care. This ADMP received FDA approval for I don't know what this is. Zimhi, ZIMHI injection. All right. There's the MGTX. So it briefly got to that big level. Bit of a spread issue here, but if it takes off, look out. MGTX. Spread's tightening up. Let's see, MGTX trying to firm up here in terms of the spread. Cat and mouse right here at 1850 for MGTX. All right. Looks like it's taking out 50. Talking about MGTX. Look at the SPY. Man, oh man, what a move. Okay, guys, I'm just going to do a quick check to see who is actually going to be moderating the YouTube room between 12 and 1. I know Sean is on vacation, so I'm going to see who's doing it today. Somebody mentioned this one earlier, BKKT, a crypto IPO. It opened a little while ago. Actually, this really? How can this be an IPO? It looks like it. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what happened here because this had some pre-market trading, so this is not typically an IPO. It's going, it was a SPAC. Okay, it was a SPAC. Gotcha. Well, let's see. You want to see if this MGTX can really take out that 1850. Okay, Chris Farley. So he'll be in our YouTube room at between noon and 1. Before I leave for my break, I'll put the link in. Doesn't look like I was showing how you can take a pullback trade with SOFI as an example. Doesn't look like it's going to pull back to 20. Looked like maybe here, looked like it was going to start to drift down, but no, this is very strong now. SOFI. Let's take a look at my watch list to see if anything exciting happened from my watch list. So how I have it organized is you'll see the alert, the time the first alert happened, and the price, and see what happened afterwards. So LQDA, the alert was at 946, 353. What did it do? A little bit, but not much. IO has been just doing nothing. Fuel cell, 834. I mean, it got up to 875, so there was a trade there. The Sophie was pretty awesome, I guess. 1986 on the alert. Got up to 2064. VLD, what did you do? 819. Ah, another nice alert. Actually, so my watch list has produced some pretty good ones today. MGTX, we're all kind of watching this one too. MGTX, and there you go. So the watch list is producing. Well, Alex, are you talking about auto trading, which we don't recommend? You just take the trade, just do it again. I mean, you can, whether it's an AI alert or a Holly alert or an alert you took, a trade you took just from clicking on a symbol in an alert window or a top list window and you get stopped out, you can always just click on it and take the trade again. We just don't, this auto trading, I think, I mean, look, all you have to do is just click on the alert. So what alert did you get stopped out on? So it exited on something. I'm looking at a couple of ones that it got stopped out on. So you just click on the alert, it'll load into either your brokerage platform or here in Brokerage Plus, just take the trade again. But if you're talking about auto trading, no, you can't do it. I mean, there's no way to tell it once you exited the trade to take the trade again, unless it was on a re-entry. If the re-entry was triggered, then you can check re-entry is enabled if that's what you're talking about, because there's only one that happened to. A re-entry still didn't work well. Okay, the AI wanted to short this. But if you wanted to take a trade on a re-entry, if it triggers, there's no difference. It's just a nickname for the AI, Holly. It's just a nickname, that's all. They're exactly the same. Well, mine, I mean, again, it hasn't done really anything today. The Oyster and IO from mine, there is that one, and it's from my home page. If you click on my home page, go down to the scan section, it's called Unusually Strong Options. You can put together your own, of course, and again, I'm just going to wait on this Oyster to see if it takes that out later on. It doesn't look like it's going to, though. I mean, that would have to pop a lot. So, Alex, did that make sense? What I said to you about directing Holly to re-enter a trade after it has exited? Because I have to assume you're talking about auto trading it, okay? And so, people are bound and determined to try to auto trade the AI or even your own strategies, practice in the simulator first, okay? This is pretty a good one from the AI, the Billy, B-I-L-I. I mean, this is, look at the volume coming in. Don't mind talking about it now. This was a buy a few weeks ago. Now, it didn't work because you know, right here I can tell. But it is starting to move and volume coming in. This is up now 3.4%. It's way out of the price range I like to trade the AI, but nonetheless, next high looking left, if you are in this one, looks like that is 75.12. Wow, actually it's above that one now too. So the next high looking left is 76.78 on the daily chart. So this still has a little bit of room to run, BILI. Okay, guy. Now, just a bit of a spread issue still with the MGTX, but definitely on the move now. Of course, that spread won't matter if it tacks on, you know, a dollar or two. Okay, so it's still a little bit of a struggle to get through that 1850. If it really leaves it behind, talking about the MGTX. It's a relatively low float too, 31 million in the float. Where that latch just continues down, LTCH continue. I actually tried to get a short up here, couldn't get the fill because of the uptick rule. I let it sit there for a long time. Well, for me, a long time, but with I think about 30 or 40 seconds. I did not get a fill, even though I was in at the bid. It didn't move. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. I'm going to be taking my break in about 10 minutes. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. You want to head over there while I'm on my break. Chris will be there between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern Time, of course. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. IO is still, it's still testing that 200-day moving average. I still think that even if it gets through that 200-day moving average area, there's still, there's still some resistance points not that far away. Around that 220 mark. You just look at the weekly chart, you can see a lot of activity around 220. I think this is just out the price. It's way outside the price range. I trade open. Oh, it's not way outside though. Not way outside. It started out. What do I have actually? I probably have $20. No, it's funny. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because it's not down for the day. Okay, that's one of the filters I have. Andy is right. He was Andy at Trade Ideas was saying, how come the simulator doesn't allow you to buy IP? Now I don't know if this is every IPO, but it's not allowing me to buy BKKT. Maybe I have to go in at a. Let me see. Maybe I have to go in at the price. Let me just see something here. Yeah, for some reason the simulator does not allow, well, in this particular case, I don't know if it's all IPOs, but it's not allowing a purchase of this IPO. Well, it's not an IPO. Well, it is an IPO. Okay, it's a SPAC. I just did. I just put in a limit order. and can't get it. Yeah, I don't. That doesn't make any sense to me because we obviously have the data, we have the chart, so we have the data. But for some reason, I mean, it's not a big deal, but this is only in the simulator. Billy on the move, guys. I mean, it is on the move. I mean, nice alert, 72.82, 75.75. That's a 4% move on a $75 stock. Still has some room. If you took this one from the AI, still has some room to the 76 mark anyway before it hits a little bit of resistance. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. I'm not getting any new alerts right now, so a good time for me to take a break. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. All right, well, the Prague, P-R-O-G, the next high looking left, pretty close. 270, that was 4 days ago, so it may stumble getting through that one. N-U-R-O, I haven't seen that one today. All right, patent. Okay, so there's a lot of volume coming in. Let's take a look at the daily chart where it could go. It's a low float, very low float, 5.5 million in the float. The next high looking left. It looks like it's around 10, just a little over 10. The next high looking left. And that is for the Neuro, N-U-R-O. All right, Chris, are you there? Are you in the YouTube room right now, streaming? Wow, look at that latch, just continues down, LTCH. You see the AI took this one on a bounce. IONS on a bounce, 2963, got up to 3053 or so. All right, guys. Well, MGTX is fading now, so that might be it for a while. Anyway, I have an alert set up here at around let's see, 1850 or so. See if it takes it out again later. Ah, you're streaming now. Thank you, Chris. Okay, I will vacate YouTube now. Have a good time, Chris, for your 1 hour.
All right, there we go. You should have audio on me now. Okay, I think we got it. So it's Chris Varley today. I'm filling in for Chicago Sean, Mr. Sean McLaughlin. He's away on some much needed vacation, much deserved vacation time. So fire away, guys. Telling me it's low. Hmm. Let's see. I've got the volume all the way up here. Settings. Is that any better? I have mine cranked all the way up. And it seems somehow the stream broke again. I dropped about 2/3 of you, unfortunately. Let's see. Take a look in my settings on the mic. have my audio cranked all the way up. There's no other place for me to put a little higher. I don't know why. The last couple days that I've streamed, I've had some trouble with the audio here. All right, so go ahead, fire away your questions. Open forum. Go over anything we like together. Interesting day from the AI here. She's firing short. Now she's firing long. And kind of strange to look at here, so something I kind of been banging on the table about here. We look here on the percentages here, all negative, but if you were to add up moderate profit column here in actual dollars, basing, $100 risk for the stop, actually looking pretty good today so far. And same kind of deal if we look at it in conservative, also looking real good in the conservative mode here too. So kind of a tale of two tapes. You got this one bummer down here, MGTX, that shows being down 8.45% because of that stop, and kind of skewing those percent numbers, unfortunately, for us there. But not a bad day from the AI today again. What do I think of SPIR? Let's take a look. No CMT, so let's see what we got going on here. Not much to comment on, especially after that run and the gap down and continue to just fade, and all these moving averages are above it and pressing down, and even your fastest moving average that I'm going to look at, 8 EMA, still crushing that price action. You came from, I don't even know where this came from. I'm guessing it's a reverse split. Nope, not a reverse split. I really have no comment on this whatsoever. You got a sub-dollar stock that ran up to $20 and now sitting here just below 6. Da, 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 da. I mean, I try to wait for something to develop or set up unless you have something that you're looking at specifically, or a reason to be in it, or some news about it, or something you're hoping about it. You hope maybe for something like this to start to happen, but you're going to have a lot of resistance overhead. All these things are going to end up being resistance for the time being, unless some kind of major news or action happens in it. You're looking at 500 or 600,000 shares traded right now. You're doing well under its relative volume, its 10-day average. So, barring some kind of big interest coming into it, not much to comment on. If you're in it for whatever reason, manage the trade, have your stop, know what you're risking, why you're risking it, and things like that. But there's nothing for my trading style or eye that really jumps out at me. Some people said that the sound wasn't great before. Let me see. Let me try something else here. All right, what does that sound like now? Is that making it any better? I adjusted where the mic is plugged in. Back to the trade of the week. Yeah, I mean, I have my volume cranked all the way up. There's nothing else I can do for as far as volume goes. Audio, video, general. All right, I swapped around the USB ports. I don't know, maybe the USB port, something wasn't right in it. And see if that did anything to help us out here. All right, I swapped around the USB ports. I don't know, maybe the USB port, something wasn't right in it. All right, so let's see if that got it. And I see the questions coming in, so let me try to run these down in order here. So REI, trade of the week, I believe 4 was the trigger on it. Note popped over it earlier. I'm not sure what it's done since then. So popped over it early, pulled back, making its way back. So I think it's pretty clear right here. Um, that's going to be your resistance line. All right. So I'm not sure how you're share sizing. Obviously, whatever your plan is for trading, share size accordingly. That's your resistance line. No coincidence that it ran right into it and bounced right back off of it. The other thing you're going to have to watch is we look here sectors. What's UNG doing? So UNG back down again today. That's your natural gas. So you're going to have a twofold fight with this. One's going to be UNG. So you had UNG make another big move during the week last week. Now it's pulled back in the last couple days after, I think that was Thursday, so there's Friday, there's today. The other thing you're going to want to watch is the XOP. All right, so those are your two folds, and the XOP continues to show strength as things are going right now, and the UNG is kind of in a range, maybe moving to the weak side of that range again. So you're going to be attached to kind of both of those sectors, and so with the XOP, looks maybe it's a little more reflective of what REI is doing. Is you had the big move up in the XOP and then a big move down, and so it looks like you might be tied to that sector a little bit, and so that would be my kind of comment on it. And then look, the trade of the week, Steve puts out some different parameters and things like that, but you got to have your own plan. If you're trading Steve's plan, no, it, you just got to have your own trading plan. That's all there is to it. Design yourself how you're share sizing and whatnot, and how you're going to manage those shares. So all right, so sounds low, sounds better. Volume is okay. So sound is good. Sounds a lot better. All right, I'm gonna go with it's better now. Maybe it was a USB port. Maybe I have a bad USB port now. I'm not sure. Can you confirm sound extremely murky? Where does your automation window alert come from? I mean the stocks. Do you have a separate list? Yes, Ron, and it's not an automation list. It is. The idea is to get it there. It's not right now. It was something I started to test out. I'm not really moving forward on it at the moment, but it's a list that I curate myself. I start with, I go through different scans, really one scan mainly. I put them on my liked list if I really like the chart. Some of them I like for different reasons long term, and then from there I start to filter it further down to this list, and it's goes by my eye, my trading plan, my share sizing, what gets me in, what gets me out type of stuff. And then it's just a very simple alert from there, nothing complicated, just looking at a new high on the day. Got to be, I think, 85 or 75% above the low of the previous trading day. Traded at least 75,000 shares today, and I think maybe 300,000 shares average, yeah, over 5 days. Yep, 300,000, 75, not 85, 75% above the low, and it doesn't start till 15 minutes after the open. Nothing complicated to it. Something I'm working on. We'll see how it goes. But that's the way I believe automation. That's the way I believe in automation perfectly. Instead of looking at the entire market, look at a set of symbols that are putting your best possible setup to your trading plan. That's kind of my 2 cents on it there for that. So it's Ron, better volume, sounds a lot better. New the program. How long did it take you to get used to it? How long did it take me to get used to it? I'd say I had a pretty good handle on on building a scan and being able to search for filters and things like that about a month in. Um, over the next few months, I started to dive into your back testing and optimizing and things like that. And then, like, a lot of the little things that are in the program, something like, for example, on a top list, a set record count. There's a lot of little things in this. So maybe about 6 months after that, I started to get all the little things, I would say. But I had a pretty good functioning handle of being able to scan and build a scan about a month in, I would say, give or take. And for those that don't know, I mean, I'm sure Barry is handing it out all the time. However, one of our team members here, Steffi, she created a full user's guide. I defy you to find something not in it. If it's not in it, it's something new or it's something that just recently changed. And she will have it in it or back in it or updated within a day. That's the full user's guide. It even has a search function in it. All right, so I'm gonna pull it over real quick. All right, this is what it looks like. Click down here. All right, it's gonna bring you to this. And if you don't want to go by however you want to call it, so quick links, the sectors of the different items, you can go to full table of contents, and you can search it right here, and you are going to find it. There's even things that aren't even directly related to TI in the sense of, for those that want a dark mode, all right, dark. Oops, that was not what I wanted. Chart dark theme. All right, so while we don't exactly have a dark theme, we have a way to do it through the Windows app. Between your charts, you can do through TI, and you can adjust your Windows coloring schemes and dark theme to have a dark mode. So again, I really recommend diving in that, outside of these, of course. That sounds better. Is there a scan that looks for? We don't perfect circle. We don't have EMAs as a data point, and scanning crosses is a tricky one. Our crosses aren't the greatest right now. There needs to be work cleaned up in the code of those. There's a volume confirmation in the few crosses that we have, and that volume qualifier causes things to come late. It was an unfortunate, the good intentions that didn't work out well for us as far as those scans went. So the way to, if you want to try to scan for crosses, you'd have to take two filters and put them in a top list, and essentially look for things that are close in the top list to making that cross. Can I share my sector analysis? I can, Kurt. The thing is, it's attached to a symbols list that belongs to me. So you're gonna have to either come up with those symbols, the sector ETFs on your own, or you can email here and say, hey, Chris V said he could share his sector list with me. So email to at trade-ideas.com. So you can email to there, Kurt. Essentially, the top list is a blank top list. All I've done is this here. In this top list, if you look at Windows specific filter, there's not a filter in there. All right. I'm looking at all the exchanges minus small exchange indices. They're not necessary for me. And then you can see here only the following lists, my personal sector analysis list. So like I said, I can email you that list of ETFs and you can copy paste it from that email. But all you need to do to create the first half of this scan is do this. Come to new, top list window, come to Windows specific filters, click hide unused. Get rid of the filters that might remain. Sometimes there's filters that will remain. They're either popular filters or filters you've recently used. And then come to your columns and make sure you got the columns that you want displayed here. All right. You can search from the list on the right. If you don't see it, you can come to search and search for it. So, for example, if you wanted an average true range or column, all right, you could select that. Go to show column. All right. And then the column will be here. It'll take you to the columns and you'll see that's here. All right. And then the last part of that is how you're going to sort the data coming from the server. Right now this is showing that it would go to volume today percent, but you could sort from anything that's displayed there. And again, if you don't see how you want to sort that data, you come back to search and you'd select whatever you're looking for. So again, if we were doing average true range, you click it and press sort by, and now we'd see that we're sorting on that average true range filter. So that's how you'd build that. And then all you need to do from there is you'd come to symbols lists, add existing list. You look for whatever that list that you want is. Like I said, mine is my sector analysis list. It's personal to me, but like I said, I can email it to you. So just send an email in there, and then we would put a check mark in that. Excuse me, put a check mark in that one, and on this drop down menu, we would say only the following list. So it's only following that list. And to do you one extra here, I am going to drop a video that shows exactly that right there. Let's switch account. And I see some other questions coming in. I'm going to be getting to those in just a moment. So that's a video that goes over exactly what I just did there. You can explain more about the strength alerts when he's trade of the week. They give an idea of the trade. So Pamela, the strength alerts, if you are a TI subscriber, you have access to that in the channel bar. All right, so let me pull up a channel. Let's do it like this. So I'm going to go to new. I just want to bring that menu off of here so I can open this on another thing, on another screen. So new, I'm going to bring over a dock channel bar, all right, and we can click the strength alerts, and everything's going to be right in here for you. It's going to have a welcome screen that's going to pop up eventually. Supposed to. There we go. All right, and this is going to go through all the notes that were done on each of these here. So he's got your market thoughts, each of the stocks, a little write-up about the charts, your entry, your suggested stop. All right. So you got all these different things here, the ratings on them. And the way that the algorithm was designed was a buy on Monday and a hold till the next Monday. And that's that's more or less the short and skinny of it. It's something separate from the trade of the week. The trade of the week does get emailed. The strength alerts, if you are a TI subscriber, do not get emailed. You have them through the channel bar there. Da, 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 da. So I went over sharing the sector analysis. All your lists here include a watch list up to your move higher. As far as Barry goes, because this is Chris Varley. Barry's taking a break for a little bit here on the YouTube side of things. His lists are moderated by him, though. Yes, he's the one that curates them, updates them, however he decides to update them. I'm not sure exactly what his schedule is for updating those. And I don't have any other lists besides those lists there. My liked list is obviously personal to me. I'm the one that's clicking like on those and so on. As far as that goes, you look for outperforming individuals. Um, it's a twofold for me, Ron. Number one is if I'm getting in something, is it decoupled from the sector, which would mean to me maybe there's less time to be in that trade, or is it alpha to the sector, if you will. And then if it's part of the sector, if it's a sector that's working, maybe that's something I could hold the trade a little bit more. I also take it into consideration when I'm doing my evening scanning. If I have a whole bunch of stocks coming in through one specific sector, I want to look at that sector and see what kind of room I may or may not have to run in that sector. And so that's like kind of a twofold on how I use that sector list. Um, And that's all I have. Yeah, I just have this one window, this one top list for it. That's it. Like I said, there's nothing special about it. It's just I went through and I looked up ETFs and I just started putting them on a symbols list. Each of these ETFs that I felt were worthy of having for me. I think there's 70 here, something like that. Where did I get those pages? So this is where I got it. If you come to our education page here, all right. So trade-ideas.com/education. So I'll copy and drop that here. All right. You have the TI users guide is here. Your 20 and 20 lessons is here. A link to get to where we are right now is here. Also, if you note, I will be here at 3:30. Barry will shut the room down at 3 o'clock today. I will start the room back up at 3:30 today. Sometimes I start a few minutes early, sometimes I don't. But you can get right back here at 3:30 later today. I do that Monday through Friday. I do this live Q&A again. And today I'm filling in for Sean, so it's a different trader every day on Monday through Friday at this time. But Monday through Friday at 3:30 Eastern is always going to be me. If you're not a part of the other side of the trading room, it's a little more trading oriented, less Q&A oriented. You'll find that link here to join that room. The webinars, they go every other week. So every other week it's Monday, Wednesday, and then every other week it's Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for those here. And then you have a whole slew of other educational videos all through here. You're back to the basics with Michael Noss. There's maybe a little more trader talk that's in these as well, and him going through with his wife actually, and kind of teaching her from the beginning of not knowing how to trade as well. And so all that's in that education page that I just dropped in there. And I will drop one more time the user guide link. And just to go over the user guide one more time as well, when you come into the user guide, if you want to search in here, all right, full table of contents, and you got a search function right up here, all right, and you will find what you like right there. What does dock mean and how does it work? So docked windows are essentially, if you look right here, all three of these charts are going to move together for me. All right. So there we go, moving all three charts together. And so I have several docked windows where all these different scans and windows are all placed together inside that dock. That's what a docked window means. The way we can create docked windows is like this. So let's just say, for example, I'm going to create a few windows that are all going to be free floating. So now we've got an alert window there. Let's get ourselves a single stock window. And let's get ourselves a chart. So we can see here 1, 2, 3 windows, all free floating, independent of everything else going on here right now. Now, mine open to be free floating because that's what I've decided. You can also have new windows open up into a dock. This is all done right here. You have your menu bar. So we got the menu bar right here, all right? We go to Tools, Options, and we see Layouts, all right? We're on there. You see Open in a docked window. I have that unchecked, and so I do not open into a dock window, all right? That's how that goes. If you want new windows to open into a dock window, you can do that as well. This is the way I operate right now. So now that they're free floating, we have to decide, okay, we're going to put these into a docked window. So we'll right click and you can see all these options here, all right? And the top dock window, so you have duplicate into new window, and then you have each one of these here below it. These are all docks that I've already created in order from my first dock to my last dock, okay? So if I go to duplicate in a new dock window, this is now in a docked window, just popped on another screen that I'm going to bring it over. Alright, so there it is. It's in a new docked window and I can get rid of the free floating one. And now I can do the same thing here. Right click. And we're going to bring it into the window. Alright, so that was the last window. We can get rid of that. And once again, we're going to right click. This is the free floating chart. We're going to right click and bring that at the bottom here. So like I said, the very first dock window I created is this one. This is the last dock window I created, which is this one here. And so now it's going into here, and all three are tabbed in here, all right? So we can leave things tabbed where we can switch back and forth, all right? Or I can start to pull these from the tab. Now I have it free floating in the dock, and I can size it into the dock, all right? So you'll see this little tool that comes up, and you can see how I can select where I want to put it inside the dock, all right? So which way do I want to go with it? Where do I want it? How do I want it to sit in here? So for example, if I want to have it on the right side like that, there we go. And now we have these windows like this, and I still have this one tabbed in between here, the chart and the alert window. And I can always pull this out too now. So now this is free floating inside the dock, all right? So we've got the single stock window and the alert window, and I've got the chart, and I could say the chart, well, I want to have the chart down here somewhere. And so just got to kind of find its way in here. And now all of them are just like this here, all right? So, and they're all tabbed together, just like so. And I am going to also drop a few videos in here that go over this. And in the user's guide, there's also probably videos and all kinds of good things in there as well for you to go over. So here's two different videos that'll probably be independent of the user's guide. So there's one, and this is the second video. I created this on how I specifically am using the docs. Oops, there we go. Perfect. All right. There we go. Info pages, where doc goes. So hopefully, Tom, that kind of answered your question. Let me know if you've got other questions on that, and then kind of explain a little lack of EMA crosses. Yeah, so perfect circle. If I was going to try to build something that was an alert, I was looking for crosses, what I would do is I would come to new, I go to top list, all right, and whenever I start a new top list, what I do is I just go right to the window specific filter, click hide unused to get rid of some of the filters that are in there, and then I get rid of the values of these. The reason I do this like this is because I don't want to lose these columns that are here already. Most of them I'm probably going to want as it is anyways. I want to keep the price and a few of these other things here. So instead of starting from complete scratch and having to go search for every one of these columns, that's why I do it that way. It's easy for me, but you know, you're welcome to click the start from scratch here if you prefer to do that, all right? Then you're going to come to SMA, all right, and you're going to get a list of all the SMAs that we have here. And the reason we're doing this as a top list is because an alert window needs an event, you know, a new high, a new low, a 5-minute high, 15-minute high, 15-minute low, 5-minute low, so on and so forth. So I want to find things that are nearing a cross, but I don't want an event. I just want to see them near the cross. And you're going to pick which SMA you're going to want, all right? So you can take something, you know, like a, you know, the 8 period here on a 15-minute chart, and we can add that filter. And let's just give it a value of this just so I have it marked off. And we'll come back and let's say a 20 period on a 15-minute chart. All right, and now we've got both of these in the scan. And we're going to start with working just some values here into this, all right? I think this is going to give us, all right, so show me stocks where the price is at least 0.01 above the 8 moving average on a 15-minute chart. And the same story is going to be here, but on a 20-minute period, or 20 period, all right, 15-minute chart. And start to play with the values in here and then match them up with your 15-minute chart and putting those moving averages on that chart too. You know, so it's not going to work great for me at the moment because I don't have an 8 SMA. I do have an 8 EMA on here. And you're going to want to try to put values in there, perfect circle, that are going to bring you close to what you're looking for in that cross. You can then take it a step further if you get some values that look great and you want to play with some different alerts to see what might be close to those crosses, and then finding a trigger for an alert to say, hey, I was close to the cross and this event happened at the same time. But hopefully that's making sense, that the fact that you need in an alert window, we come to an alert window, aside from the filters, you need an alert. In the selected alerts, you need something here, okay, that's going to say, hey, this event happened, this new high happened, or, go through all these different alerts. Your pullback happened from the close, your pullback from the lows, your check mark, your standard deviation, all these different things here. You're going to need that. If you want it to be an alert window, you need to find something that's going to trigger for you at an optimal time, basically. All right. So that's why it's tricky to make a cross alert versus a cross on a top list that's just going to give you things that are close to it and constantly be showing you those things that are close as far as those SMAs go. Let me know if that makes sense there, Perfect Circle. Let's see, PROG, go. Yes, I'm rooting for you. Go. And sorry, just going through some of what the comments are here. Total profit loss currently just sums up the individual trades profit loss. It will be more risk show as a percent of total capital deployed for the day. You can have that if if you were trading it through Brokerage Plus. You could have that set up to show you what you've actually done in your brokerage account. Ron, but in here it's just taking it as it's just adding these columns up, unfortunately. We have our internal discussions about this, and unfortunately those of us that want this to look differently, we don't get our way. That's how that works. All right, I'm glad that kind of got you there, Perfect Circle. So I've tried to work some cross alerts myself. Not much of an intraday trader in that sense anymore, but I've tried to create some cross alerts. It's tricky. That's all I'm gonna say. I wish there was an easier way, but I've done a lot of playing with the SMAs that we've had to try to come up with something. I think I'm all caught up here. But please, if I didn't answer your question or I didn't answer to your satisfaction, please pop the question in here again. I'm happy to go back over anything, of course. I agree with you, Ron. I would like the option to be able to add up the dollar column and switch this from percent to dollar too. But again, not my choice. I also would not ever let anybody see this column either. Aggressive profit. I think it's the dumbest thing on the planet as far as trading goes. I can think of nothing dumber when it comes to trading than what this means. But again, my personal opinion. LTHM. Here's a shot into my mind, so I jumped in this one early. I got the buy down here. Ended up selling here. I took this big move up, and I, unfortunately, a glimpse into my personal life, I have a sick child at home. I walked away from my computer for a few moments, and then I came back to it down here, and I just decided to kill the trade because I didn't know what was happening anymore. Hindsight being what it is. It fell all the way back to my entry and has bounced back up above my closing position again. So thus is the life of trading. So again, fire away anybody that's got questions here. And again, for those that see this that says automation list, no, it's not an automation list. Its goal is to be an automation list. It's not. It's just my own, my own eye. I go through this. Have what I call an evening scan. Things go on and off my liked symbols list from it, and then from my liked symbols list, I filter things on and off of this list here that I've created myself. So that's how that goes. No, the feedback goes in all the time, Ron. We have meetings. We have our meetings. There's a number of us that have set our piece on it, And for now, we get what we get. So, some stuff off this list today. Kind of flew up some of it pretty good off the bat, and then unfortunately these pullbacks. So it's a big move right here, 45 minutes up, and then collapsed. And a lot of what I've been looking at has been a lot of energy and financials. I'm just kind of trying to hang out and hang in there a little bit. RF, LAC was a real strange one here, similar to LTHM. They're both in the same sector. Not sure what that was all about. And I don't think that sector absolutely collapsed like those did. Take a look. Nope, LIT still sitting real strong here off the open. So I'm not sure what that was about. But you can see here, LIT is just absolute fire today right now. And so I don't understand this collapse in LAC. And that's why, you can have all the sector lists and whatever you want to look at, but the only thing that matters is the price action. And I can, and sit here and wonder till the cows come home why LIT is off to the races all day long on that gap up, and LAC and LATHM absolutely collapsed here in the middle of the chart. Perfect circle. I don't know. If I was to take a shot in the dark, I think maybe roughly 30 of us full time, and then we have some contractors as developers and things like that. So, I kind of do my hanging with the other trader guys, and a few of the people from the dev team that kind of wander our way as traders, kind of, sort of too. So yeah, this is a big mystery to me. I mean, and that wasn't like just a 15-minute bar there. That happened on a 5-minute bar too. That big drop in LAC. So, easy come, easy go. And as they say, stairs up and an empty elevator shaft down, and that is the definition of it right there. We have shipping here. Shipping looks like it might be coming back into favor again, and B dry. That's one of your shipping ETFs. So, and some of these ETFs, they're not always very liquid, looking kind of liquid back here, looking pretty sparse back here, picking up some liquidity here. So, that's the other thing you want to look at for these ETFs. I have ETFs in my list here that don't really trade at all ever, but I look at them all the same anyways. Box is another one that's been, one of those weird traders. It looks like it's ready to go so many times, and then it does exactly what it did here. Really thought it was ready to go. I'm watching this level here. I thought to myself the last few days we're getting ready for liftoff with Box, and absolutely rejected again. Yeah, that's the reason on the percent. Percent cuts both ways on and the thing with the percent here is just adding them cumulatively. That's the issue here. But like I said, so and again, fire away some questions for me, everybody. Just kind of clicking through what my list did today so far. So in the first half an hour of trading, it looked promising and completely fell apart. And that's the other part that comes to that's really tough for automation. How are you going to manage the trades? Today 3% targets were perfect. Another day 5% targets were perfect. Another day a 2% stop was great. Another day a 5% stop was great. How do you manage this day to day and things like that? So these are the things that people hear automation. Oh, well, this thing has a success rate of whatever. Well, the success rate is based on what trading plan. You don't have a trading plan. You throw it all out the window. My daily routine with trade ideas, it's slightly adjusted right now, but in general, it used to be the market would close and I would spend from about 4 o'clock ish till maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock, depending on how big my list was on that top list, going through that and deciding what was going to go on the my liked list. And then maybe later that night or early the next morning, I would go through my liked list and start to take things off that were at the bottom of the list that no longer fit my eye whatsoever. And then I would find the ones that I liked the best to bring them over to this more curated specific list. And that's kind of how I do it. I've recently gone from doing that because I'm doing the later Q&A now. I don't really do my scanning in the evenings anymore. I do them almost all in the morning. So I'm usually up and on my desk around 5 o'clock in the morning every day, Eastern time. I edit some symbols lists that I manage here on the trade idea side of things. Like your Wall Street bets that's me. I'm the one that's putting those symbols on there. So if you ever have a problem, yell at me. And then I do the same thing for my list here. Just really these two lists. That's it. That's all I'm managing for me personally. And so that's kind of more or less what how my day goes. The rest of my day is it's answering questions through our email and our help scouts. Chats coming in and things like that. That's a lot of me on that side. I also internally test things here. New builds come out, and before they hit you guys, we're here. If anybody was in my live session last Friday at 4:30, just as I was getting ready to wrap up, my charts crashed on me. Not really sure the reason. I send my files over, and the minds that are much smarter than me at building software take a look at those things like that. So that's also another part to my everyday use on trade ideas. I also I use very narrow set of data. When I first started using trade ideas years and years ago, I had 30 alert windows and 5 top lists and Holly and 27 charts and whatever else. I'm over exaggerating these numbers a bit, but not by a lot, to be honest. And I couldn't, I couldn't stop chasing my tail the entire day. Like, what do I get in? When do I get in? Why do I get in? Is this a chase? Is this good? And I found as I started eliminating windows and started really honing on what I'm looking for in trades, I started doing a lot better. Process of elimination. So eliminating the garbage noise, and what's garbage noise to me might be someone else's gem. I don't like to trade things that are moving really, really fast, have big gap ups, and whipping all over the place with large spreads. And other people love stuff like that. Just not my personality type. Doesn't work for me. When you're tracking ETF sector strength, do you look for patterns on daily breakout sectors? I do look for patterns on the sectors, just like I would anything else. The only thing that you should never be doing technical analysis on is the VIX. It's kind of an inside joke, but all the same, the VXX, don't try to do technical analysis on this ever. I mean, you're welcome to, but don't. But to give you an idea of, I got really bullish on the XOP back in February. So I got really bullish on this back in here, actually, and it was a good time to get bullish. And if you ask me what I was seeing then, if we zoom in, and then let's zoom back. All right. Hopefully this is going to be a good snapshot of what I'm trying to do here. Zoom just a little bit more. All right, so what I was seeing on the XOP quite personally, as I saw this wonderful base that had been made, and I saw this here. So we had this base was put in, and this is a cup. That's a handle. All right. And then we did this again, and it was off to the races for the XOP, and off to the races for energy ever since then. And anybody that drives a car that you put gas in, there's not one person here paying less for gas today than they are a year ago. I am now paying well over $1 than what I was paying a year ago. So it is what it is. Sad that it happened on that end at the pump. Happy that it worked out for me on my trade. So, for what it's worth. But that's, and then I knew that, different things that I was watching, they made runs up according to that. I was finding stocks, based on my evening scan in these sectors like that. The other part that I use to my evening scan, I'm sure you've been here for, or, you've heard this, is when I go through my evening scan If there's 50 stocks in there and 30 of those stocks are energy stocks, I'm paying attention to energy, not just because, there's energy stocks in my evening scan, but when you have, you know, 2/3 of the stocks are in one sector coming through and they're all breaking for specifically this scan. I'm going to load it here. They're breaking a 20-day position in low. That probably means that sector or somewhere in that sector is breaking out. And I actually, found the XOP breaking out because of my evening scan. Actually, I said, well, all right, everything coming through is energy basically. So, well, let's look at the energy sector. And at that time, your USOs and your what is it, USO and OIH, they were not really breaking out at that time. It was not being reflected at the pump as far as gasoline, but it was being reflected here in the XOP and your exploration natural gas stocks. So that's kind of where that's kind of where that came in for me. A few weeks ago, I started to find quite a bit of banking stocks that were coming through, and if we look at the XLF, the XLF, it was anyways. I don't know what happened today so far, but was sitting at all-time highs again. All right, and we're right at all-time highs again for the XLF. And if you look at the KRE, all right, your regionals, all right, we're sitting right back up there near all-time highs. And if you look at the KBE, all right, same thing here. All right, over and over, that same theme. All right, so I haven't found as much success in the individual stocks that are coming through on the evening scan, but they're on my radar. There's certainly a bunch of them on my liked list, and I'll keep monitoring them. And sometimes I'll time them well, sometimes I won't. No, not necessarily just looking at the leaders. Last most of last week, going into the week before, there was some decoupling of the natural gas stocks and UNG, where the natural gas stocks were still rising, but UNG had been falling. So, I paid attention to that decoupling. Is there a way to get alerts on patterns as well, wedges? Not really, Ron. We don't do pattern recognition really great. I mean, we have here configure. Scroll down. We have some like double or triple bottom stuff here. It's not the best. That's all I can say. Here, so you have some different pattern stuff here. Your broadening tops, triangle, triangle, bottom top, rectangles, doubles, head and shoulders. All right, they're not great. What I would suggest to you is this. So Andy Linloff came up with this scan here called a daily bull flag, and he used position and range filters to create this. All right. First, I'm going to share it, and then I'm going to load it, and we'll go over it. So copy and paste. All right. So that's, if anybody wants that scan, that's there for you. All right. And I'm going to load the scan, and I'm going to bring it over, and all that's coming right now is just one stock. Let's take a look at what it looks like. Hopefully, it's a good example. And so the idea behind this was finding that kind of move here. All right, I suspect this had probably been on here back here as well, but there's your bull flag. All right, so there's your pull, there's your flag, there's your move up. All right, and what he did with this is, and you can take it, make it your own. You can try to figure out different time frames that might work, and this gives you an idea of how you can use the different range filters and position range filters to accomplish what we're looking at. So there's some other stuff that Andy added in here that maybe you're going to want or not want, but he put a stock composite rating filter in there just to try to get quote unquote more quality stocks. So it has an 80 rating in there. You can we could drop this and we can see what happens. He has an EPS hack in here, all right, that keeps out the EFTs. However, we are working on EFT symbols lists, so let's just mess around with this a little bit and see if anything else comes through. So we're testing this here. Let's get rid of all ETFs testing. All right, Windows specific filters. All right, and then he used a position in the previous day's range of 75% above the low of the previous day's range. He wants to see things that are up from the close of yesterday. Put some price ranges in here for this. Let's get rid of this because we're going to experiment to see how that ETF filter, the ETF list is now working. Put a 5-day range in here. He wants it between 1 and 5% on the 5-day range. Then he wants a change in 5 days, no more than 1% as well, all right? And then change in 10 days, he wants a minimum of 3% on that, all right? So these are how he did it. Now, there's a lot of other options in here. We can come to range. All right, and we can see all these other range filters that exist in here to try to do things on different time frames, be it intraday or daily. All right, and then that wasn't good enough. We have all these position and range filters as well. You can throw your Bollinger Bands in there if you wanted, anything like that, to make sure you're not extended out of Bollinger Bands one side or the other, and things like that. And that's that's the short and skinny of how he did it. Ron, hours of trading is exactly what it says. So, if you were looking back, the scan's looking back over, 5 hours, over 30 hours. The issue is the actual pattern recognition within it is, it's okay. It's not bad, but it's not as good as we would like it to be. So just by rearranging that, all right. So I didn't save the changes on that, unfortunately. I just clicked OK, but here we go. Same idea. So let's draw it again. So this one just popped on there for whatever reason. It must have made a move up in the last minute or two here. But, here's your kind of move up for your flagpole. There's your flag happening right there. Here's our move up. All right. And Hun, not far off the lifetime high there either. So it might be something to mark up. It's kind of bumping its head here. It's in a range. So this could be something to watch. That's for sure. You are very welcome, Ron. Take a zoom back at this chart. Expand that out a little bit better there. And no happy accident. We're bumping into the resistance where we are right here. And anybody, once again, that's been in support sessions with me or knows All-Star Charts, JC Peretz, you get moments that are quote-unquote whoopsies on these pivot lines, all right? So as this comes through here, all right, boom. That is no happy accident that is where we ran into resistance. I can promise you that. And a lot of times you might see something similar to this. I'm just going to do this to show it as an example, but let's just pretend that this had really been our pivot line. And we've got this one that's right here that poked through it. We call it a whoopsie. That's what I call it. I believe that's what JC calls it too. We call it a whoopsie. Pivot lines aren't exact. Sometimes we poke our head through it, testing that price to see if we, buyers or sellers, which way, and we revert right back down below it, and it stays to really be support or resistance like it was that whole time anyways. So, you draw these lines, technical analysis isn't perfect, but we're trying to put things in our favor by having the technical prowess to look at these charts and find these kinds of setups, and B, having our trading plan in place to protect us if and when things don't work out, because your first and foremost job is to manage your risk. That should be really your business plan, not your job, but all the same. There is not a document on how relative volume is calculated. The actual formulas we keep locked up. However, what I can tell you is that all our volume metrics, unless otherwise stated, are taken over a 10-day average. So, for example, your 1 minute percent volume, your 5 minute, 15, 30, 60, I don't know if it goes to 60, but your percent volumes on those minute time frames, you take 10-day average of that time period. So when you have a 1 minute volume filter, that is taking a 1 minute average over 10 days, and that's how that works. The relative volume is a 10-day average as well, done as a ratio though instead of a percent, and it is heavier weighted at the open and at the close. So the opening candles, your first couple of opening candles on the 5 minutes, those are going to be heavier weighted than your candles here on a relative volume scale. That is what I can tell you, and I don't even know the formulas myself, and even if I did, I wouldn't even be able to read them. My Canadian stocks, I don't have any Canadian stocks. I don't trade. I mean, if I trade a Canadian stock, it's going to be listed on the NYSE, NASDAQ, or the Amex. I don't trade any Canadian listed stocks. Um, you can scan for them. You can set up a top list to look for them. Show how to add pivots to the chart. Cannot find indicators. I'm wondering. Nope. Just it's just a right click, mark up, draw a horizontal line. That's it. Or you can draw a trend line. You can add text. You can add arrows, things like that. But there's no find my pivot line on the chart. It's just my eye and drawing the horizontal line. That's the short and skinny of that. And then just for Richard here, I mean, if you want to look for Canadian stocks, so I want to get rid of some of this stuff going on. You want to scan specific Canadian stocks. You come to new, top list, exchanges. Your Toronto, your TSX Venture. Let's get rid of clean this stuff up here. And as far as I know, this should return us some Canadian stocks. I don't see why not. There we go. All right. You can adjust whatever filters you want to add, but these are all Canadian listed stocks now, and you can tell by the .cat. Our charts won't show Canadian stocks. We don't have Canadian chart data, but you can link to your broker's charts with the external linking, and they'll load like that for you. For Richard. And you got any futures data on this? Nope, no futures data. No, I mean, as far as any of our news or anything like that, you can come to the news tab. We're working on getting a better news source, something that works for you and makes sense for us. Right now, this just comes in from Google, so you have that. The other thing you could do is get rid of this here. You could, on a chart, you can right click and go to send to web, and that will give you this here. You can default it to where you want it to go. I have it set to default to go to Yahoo. All right, and you can get your news that way, your EPS, and any of those things like that we don't already have. You could also go to send to web from the alert window itself too, and get the same thing. So there it is, right there again. But we don't participate in earnings calls or anything like that. So whatever the news sources are posting, that's our go-to as well. You're both very welcome. Document. Yep, we went over that. So I think we're all caught up here. Let me know if I'm missing something. And go back over it, of course. I know Barry will come knocking any moment here. I haven't been paying attention. He might already told me he's taking back the stream. Take another peek at the trade of the week. I did not take it. It's hanging around that $4 line, so we're hanging out there. I overall remain very bullish natural gas, but my opinion has been wrong more than it's been right, to be quite honest. So only thing that matters is the price action, which is my favorite technical indicator, is price. That's the only thing that pays us. So if anybody's got any last minute questions here, please fire them away before Mr. Barry comes storming back in and take this back. Take another peek. Holly having herself a pretty decent day right here so far. Not too shabby all through there. These top three trades, stopped out down here, but still looking pretty good overall. Take a look at some of the stuff here. Uranium. Some of these things, it's tricky. I try not to pay attention to any news, but obviously there's news. Europe is, trying to change how they classify nuclear energy to be green and whatever else, because now all of a sudden we realize that the energy transition isn't going to work with solar and wind like everybody thought it was going to, and you don't want to keep burning coal, I guess.
Yeah, our LX did not keep going higher. Our LX. So maybe this turns into a bit of a short. Let's see. What do we have? I just think there's too much support not that far away. I'm back. Okay. That might be it for MGTX. That might be it. I was kind of not hoping, but wondering if it was going to take out 19 in any big way. If it did, it had still room to about 21. So that might be it for MGTX for the day. You stop, Chris? Okay, great. How's Plug doing then? I mean, I'm sure Plug must be plugging along with Fuel Cell. Kind of. Ah, I see. Fuel Cell even showed up on the option scanner. Let's see. What sort of room does it really have, though? Let's take a look left on that daily chart. So I've got to go back here. So that's not an issue. Let's back out the weekly just a little bit more. Yeah, 20. Yeah, I mean, on the weekly chart, the next high is 980. So that's got some room if it wants to take out that 9 and run for a bit. So Fuel Cell does have some room. It's a huge float, 353 million in the float. Traded 105 million today, so about a little less than a third the float. But it does have some room. Trade of the week is REI, and I won't say Speedwagon, but REI is the trade of the week. Triggered a little bit, and then it came back down. The trigger was $4, so it really hasn't moved. Yeah, it must be different mic settings, obviously. I don't change my mic settings at all, so. Okay, guys, so I have not had any new alerts for a while. However, my watch list definitely has produced today. I think the only two that haven't produced are the first two, the LQDA, 353. I mean, it got higher, and the IO, but the fuel cell now, 834, and we're at 880 now. Of course, this one, the SOFI, SOFI, 986, and we're at 2062 now. The VLD, that's probably a really nice percentage move. VLD, yeah, look at that. VLD got up to 869. Great percentage move. And then the MGTX, definitely choppy, but almost got to 19. So, this is a watch list. Yeah, the answer is no, a perfect circle. All right, SFOR. I'll take a look at it. I'm afraid to see what the price is. SFOR. That's what I thought. Okay. Somebody mentioned about SFOR. So, yeah, I mean, look, a lot of volume. Huge, huge float. 9-cent stock, 802 million in the float. Surprised they're not going to do a reverse split at anytime soon. What a huge float. Oh, man. All right, what is Woof doing? Boy, this was one from last week, CTT. Yeah, on Friday. Look at this CTT. And it is still rocking down. Gets through that 850. I mean, you know, the next lows. I mean, wow. Yeah, there's the old controversy, right? Real. The VWAP is the VWAP, okay? There's no VWAP on the 5 or the 15 or the million. The VWAP is the VWAP. I know, goods, I know. But look at the number of shares in the float for that one. I'm trying to get to CTT. I really am, actually. I'm just trying to get it at 857. The uptick rule is kicking me, though. And just so you're wondering, well, wait a minute, Barry. It's only down 8%, not 10%. If a stock was down more than 10% the day before, the uptick rule is still in effect unless the stock starts a positive move. So I sat there for how long? A minute at 857, did not get a fill. And that's for the CTT. And it's not a matter of no shorts. There are tons of shorts available. Stupid, stupid uptick rule. Boy, this MGTX, I know Real was talking about maybe taking out the VWAP and moving down, but it's pretty resilient. Where's the VWAP? 1788, so it would have a ways to go, but man, oh man, pretty resilient stock so far, MGTX. Cipher Mining, obviously a Bitcoin play. Yeah, there we go. So headquartered where? All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on this AVTE. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread isn't terrible, 66.75. It's not terrible. This got hauled all the way up to 20, almost $22. Got halted several times. It's a low float, 17 million. Not for everybody, okay? And again, if you're going to take this, you do not wander away from your computer. But all traders are looking at and going, I wonder if it could get even close to what it got before. That is the AVTE. Ooh, Alex, you were asking that question a long time ago regarding will the AI take an alert if it got stopped out? Okay. Yeah, if you're talking about auto trading, I mean, the only way, I mean, you can always, of course, manage the exits on your own. You don't have to get out when the AI gets out. Ah, stupid CTT. Yeah, so the only way, I don't know if you heard me before, the only way you can auto trade something that the AI got out of is if it hits a re-entry price. Only one today, and it wouldn't be good either, but that's the only way you can auto trade something that the AI exits if it hits the re-entry price. Okay, it's the only way. And you'd have to turn on where it says re-entry is enabled. Okay, you'd have to, the long and the short side, but before I would, you've probably heard me say this before I would do any auto trading at all, be it the AI or your own strategy if you have one, practice in the simulator. See how it would work, okay? You can do all that in the simulator. Oh, you're welcome, Alex. All right, guys, IO again trying to maybe leave that 200-day moving average behind, and some volume came in. So volume came in, look at that, 2.8 million right here. So some volume starting to come into IO. However, as I said before, it still has this, let's see, on the weekly chart, on the weekly chart, it still has this area right there. You can see on the weekly chart, it's not that far away. Yeah, I mean, other than my saying we just don't recommend it, okay? I think that the best thing you could ever do is to try it out in the simulator, and you would see how it works. We feel that the best use of the AI is sort of man and machine. So you can let the machine tell you, when the alert is and what the stop is, and then you manage the exits on your own. If we thought auto trading was the way to go, we'd all be doing it. Yeah, I wouldn't be in this room. I would just auto trade the AI, and that's it. But love to be able to say, oh yeah, just turn it on in the morning and count your money in the afternoon. It's not going to work that way. The other thing you'll see in some of the AI alerts, I mean, some of them have hold periods, just for argument's sake. These strategies have been optimized in a certain way. Sometimes there's a hold period. So the AI could get out of a trade as it's still working well, okay, because it had what I would consider an artificial hold, just for argument's sake, 60 minutes, and it keeps working well. Why, if you were taking a trade and it was still working well, why would you get out of the trade, right? But the AI, because it has certain hold periods on things, or even a target is hit, what I would call a somewhat artificial target is hit. If the trade is still working, why would you get out of the trade? I'm fine, Dova, and I don't know what you mean by buy and sell indicators codes. I have no idea what you mean. If it's outside of trade ideas, I have no idea. All right, Real was talking about that pullback for fuel cell, FCEL. So it pulled back a little bit, broke the 8 EMA a little bit on the 2-minute chart, but not much. The VWAP held, of course, 848. Didn't really come close to the VWAP. All right, guys, IO, if it takes out that 220, I mean, look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume stepping up. Whoa, look at this one. All-time high for SACH. Now, I say that wondering if this was not an IPO, but a symbol name change or something that's pretty cheap to be an all-time high. SACH? Vicky, I do not know the strategy you're talking about, the reversion to the mean. I mean, Real's got one. I have no idea though. I don't know if he developed any strategy like that. Oh, on the AI. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. I don't even look at the names of the strategies. I just look, I don't really care what the like why an alert happens. As you know, I'll always check on the chart. I can kind of figure it out, but I don't really care why an alert happens. So you're talking about when the AI took the alert down here, what was the price? 29.63, and it got up to 30.62 or so, about a dollar. This Sophie will be really interesting the next few days. See if it gets close to that $25 Morgan Stanley price target. It's holding, obviously today, you would expect that it's going to hold over 20. It challenged it a couple of times 2 days before, did not hold over 20. Today looks like it's going to be the day, of course. Yeah, this is definitely trying to bounce. RVNC. I've got this thumbnailed. I do happen to see it. Trying to bounce off that. A lot of consolidation right here in the 15s. Let me expand that a little bit. Yeah, good consolidation. So, I mean, if it wants to bounce, it's got some room. I mean, the next high is 1364. So on the 15, and then 1365, 1381. Got to get through this. If you can somehow get through that, then it's got some room to almost 15, almost. Okay, Albertsons ACI. Let's take a look at Albertsons ACI. It's an earnings play. And let's see. So it's had a nice day. Here's the daily candle. So, maybe this could be interesting going forward. Could be, second and third day continuation after earnings. Maybe to challenge that 32 mark. Not saying it's going to happen, of course, but had a decent reaction to its earnings release today. Yeah, well, Autolicus, info at trade-ideas, info at trade-ideas.com. And coming from you and other customers, so that, okay, just make a suggestion. Not trying to dismiss it, but coming from me, yeah, they'll listen. But coming from customers, they listen more. Question was, we have a prints filter, but it's an average print. So in other words, what has been the average print number of trades over, say, the last 10 days? So I mean, it's fine if you're looking for stocks that consistently trade a lot. Okay, you can put a minimum of whatever you want, 5,000, 10,000 trades a day, prints a day. So I mean, it's good in that fashion. But if you use that filter, you will block, that stock that's having some insane day with volume and all that, so you won't be able to see that. That's why I don't use it. But I guess if I were looking for longer term trades and I wanted to make sure I was in something that traded a lot all the time, I could use that prints filter. But otherwise, I hear you though. It'd be nice to have a real-time prints. Boy, MGTX has got strong resiliency. I mean, I think I still have an alert set up here. Yes, I still have an alert set up here for a potential 19 break, and it takes out 19 with volume. This is one that I'd be watching towards the end of the day and actually after hours too, and see if especially if it closes, somewhat near the highs of the day. And then you start getting some action after hours. I mean, it could keep moving. I'm talking about the MGTX. Of course, it may not do it. Look at that topping tail. Boy, this has been an erratic one. $238 times normal volume. But believe it or not, you need more volume. I mean, 31 million in the float, so you need that thing to start really trading the float coming close. I mean, look, it's extraordinary volume for it. I mean, just look at that daily candle, but it just doesn't want to maintain itself when it gets up to these levels. It just somebody steps in. Well, the sellers are just knocking it down. How many, just for fun, how many shares are available at Interactive Brokers to short? A couple 100,000. Just looking to see how many shorts are available. Not that I want to short it, but I'm just trying to get a gauge for, okay, if there's shorts 200 at IB, and I'm sure there's millions elsewhere, it's not hard to borrow. In other words, it's not hard to short it. All right, so far, IO is having a tough time at those two little areas I mentioned. I think the 222, 221, 222. It came right off that. Well, guys, I'm not too many new alerts. Some of these little companies. Look at this one, just in the tank here. PHGE, another one, all-time low. PHGE. Fubo on the move here. Fubo, not all-time high, sorry. Fubo through the 200-day moving average. FUBO through the 200-day. High of the day. But again, just look left. I mean, there's all this stuff here that has to get through. Well, time is it? 1:37. Yeah, so for the adventurous out there, this AVTE. I'm not saying I wouldn't take it now, but on a break, on some volume, the possibility of get running again. Very low float, 17 million in the float. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm getting a little bored here, so ask me some questions. Keep my interest up. I'm just kind of looking at things. I'm not really seeing too much that is of interest to me. This NXTD is just continued down. This is an all-time low, right at an all-time low. It's an all-time low now for NXTD. Any? Yes. I did a pre-market trade today. RVNC. This? Well, first of all, RVNC had news. You can see right here it had some news. So when I saw RVNC this morning, when I woke up, I saw it was doing this. I saw the big drop it had, so I read the news. A lot of times when these little bios, they have some, and it was horrible news for it. I mean, the FDA rejected their drug in essence, so back to the drawing board, I guess. That to me is a huge, huge trigger. So I just kind of waited for the break. I waited for the momentum. Yeah. But no, seriously though, I mean that's I will pay attention to some of these, to especially the bios. They have horrible news, and they may have gapped down a lot already. But what happens is, people, traders aren't all up at 4 in the morning Eastern time. So as they come filtering into the market, people start seeing this news. What do I think, or how do I think it's going? Is it still at 4? Yeah, I mean, it just hasn't broken out. So, I mean, there's no mad rush to get in it. Hate pineapple on my pizza. Hate. First of all, see, I would not have taken the trade of the week at 4 anyway. I look here at 416, 409. We've got 2 days right there. If I were going to, really want to get involved in this one, it would have to take out 416, number one. Now, look what it got to this morning. It got up to 415, and then it just stopped. I mean, it's amazing how often this happens. You would think, okay, it's only one day, and it's a big topping tail. Why would that stall it? I don't know why, but a lot of times that's what happens. So I would never have taken the trade of the week at 4 anyway. The other thing I like to do in the pre-market, if the opportunity presents itself, is, I mean, we looked at the RVNC. Now that had already, it was down a big percent already. But a lot of times we see these little crazy little bios have huge spikes on some, news, quote unquote news, and then they just fade. So if I'm up in time and I happen to see it and I have shorts available for one of those, I will really take a look at shorting those little bios that pop on, again, quote unquote, some news in the pre-market. Many times they just, in the pre-market, they just start to fade. Well, all I have in the pre-market is very simple. I have four scans that I look at, but understand that I'm not actually trying to take trades in the pre-market. If it happens to present itself, fine. My pre-market work though is not necessarily, in fact, I would say 95% of it is not to try to find a pre-market trade. It's just to find the ones that are moving so that when the market opens, to see whether or not those ones that are moving in the pre-market still have some potential to keep moving once the market opens. So it's not for me to find necessarily pre-market trades. Don't lose sight of that MGTX, guys. I mean, it just takes out that 19 with some vengeance. It could roll. I mean, it's at 1866 again. Okay, you guys are talking about energy stocks, so let's take a look at the channel bar. And let's get to the sector status and see what energy is doing. Remember, at the beginning, yeah, look at this. So when we looked at the sector status pre-market, 100% of the energy stocks that make up XLE were above Friday's close, okay? Now only 50%. So we've had a change, obviously. And, you know, technology has made a big comeback today. Because again, when we looked at this in the pre-market, only about 10% of them were above Friday's close. Communications was about the same, maybe 20%. So, I mean, the sectors, it's, you know, good idea to maybe just keep an eye on what's happening in the major sectors. You want to get into a stock that isn't trading really on its own. In other words, doesn't have specific news to it. And you're trying, like, for instance, if you wanted to go long energy right now, an energy stock right now, unless it's trading on its own, it has some specific news. Well, I'm not saying you're going completely against the tide because it's only 50-50, but certainly if you look at XLE, this morning, pre-market, and then it, you know, market open, but look what's happening now. So you're going to take an energy play, you know, you better be careful. Yeah, so David, the only reason I do 2 and 30 is the question was, why do I limit my price range, say from 2 to 30? Just because obviously, you know, I feel I can get a bigger percentage move for the stocks that are no more than $30. So, you know, I mean, so for me to get a 10% move in Facebook, I mean, it would be, as an example, something monumental would have to happen. I mean, there's a 3%, and it's pretty monumental for Facebook. But for my style of trading, you know, I'm looking for more. So that's really the reason. It's just a strict question was were these percentages. Nothing magical. So again, if I go to XLE, so 45%, it's just literally, I don't know how many stocks make up XLE. All that means is that 45% of them are above Friday's close. Okay, that's all that means. No waiting, it's just a strict, I don't know, again, I don't know how many stocks make up, I mean, I could count them, but I'm not going to. But these are the ones that make up XLE as an example. So 45% of them are above Friday's close, that's all that means. So, whereas, yeah, so no, I guess is right, yes. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much right now that I'm interested in. H Hood, Robin Hood. Let's get to Robin Hood. What are you doing? Again, to me, it's just kind of untradeable. I mean, it's, pop, 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 up, down, up, down, up, down. So we got the little disconnect going today between value and growth stocks. So your value, the Dow is down, Nas is up. So a little bit of a disconnect going. Playboy, we haven't seen that one for a while. Man, what a move that one had after its IPO. A couple of months kind of resting, doing nothing, and then all of a sudden, 12 to 50, got all the way up to $62. All right, another one entering the fray here. Bank, BANC, moving down. Ooh, interesting. The Bank of California, BANC. Now, it's already extended on the 5s. It looks a little better on the 15s, but let's see what the 200-day. So the 200-day moving average is 1804, so this is at 1871. So, I mean, in theory, though on the daily chart, maybe 1850 is going to hold it. I wish that weren't here. So you see what Real was talking about with the MGTX. I mean, you could drive yourself crazy every time it moves up. You think, okay, it's going to finally take out that high, and then it just kind of fades a little bit. That's why, just wait, put price alerts top, bottom of the of this whole area, and see if it breaks one way or the other. Otherwise, you're just kind of trapped into guessing, little scalps here and there. Well, you got another less than $1 to the next highs or next lows for IBM. 141.04, so you're at 141.88 now. There's another one that is, a little bit. Look at IO. I mean, IO There's a red bar right there. Now, if it can take this out, this 222, 223 area, maybe it's got a shot. I mean, look at the volume. So this has traded the float, how many times? 4.6 times now. And they've raised Q3 guidance. That is the reason why this one is popped up. They don't release until the 3rd, but they've kind of pre-released today. This is another bank. Yeah, so we got EBC. So some of these regional banks are getting hit a little bit. EBC and Bank, BANC. I don't know if they're in the same area. So that's in Boston. So BANC I think was in California. But maybe the regional banks are getting hit a little bit. Was it Kreb? No. What's the ETF for regional banks? I don't have. Used to have a sector status window up, but I don't have it up anymore. It's not Kreb. It's Cree. Oh well, I hit that. Yeah, right here. I don't know why I thought it was Kreb. So look at KRE. So look at regional. This is the ETF for the regional banks. And starting to, for whatever reason, drift downwards. So when you look at Bank, BANC and EBC, thank you, Tom. It's KEB, David. Yeah, somebody in the other room. It's KEB for regional banks. I'm sorry, KRE. What am I doing? KRE. KRE for regional banks. Whew, 2 o'clock. It's been a slow day for me. Flurry of activity early with the OMER and the RVNC. After that, I know there's been some, the MGTX, but I'm still waiting on that one. I would really be watching this one after hours or towards the end of the day. See if it gets back up to these levels near 19, and it could really start to run. RVNC is inching its way up. I think it's above that. Let's see, 1371. What did I say the high was here? 1365, 1327, 13. Yeah, so it gets over that 1381 on that 15-minute candle back at 9:45, I think. So the opening 15-minute candle. I'm sorry, the second 15-minute candle. It's got a shot. I mean, then it might start to try to fill in a little bit of this void. For the RVNC, maybe, yeah. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit, check in, see what's happening in our support, and also check some emails. So I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. All right, back. Take a look at XPOF. Exponential Fitness. Wow, no kidding. Look at this all-time, well, not quite an all-time high. I guess last week the all-time high was 1740. So, yeah, I mean, nice to see things making new all-time highs. We've seen tons of stocks making all-time lows. Don't lose sight of MGTX, guys. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not trying to predict. All I'm saying is that, if this gets going, closes well, I mean, it may take out 19 during quote unquote the normal market hours, but if it gets going on volume, this could have an interesting run after hours. Well, okay, I mean, this is not a prediction, but here's a stock that's up 30%, and look how well it's basing right here. You can kind of and look how much room it has if it gets over 19. The next high in the monthly chart is 2177. So I mean, I'm not making a prediction. I'm just saying, look what it's doing, and all of a sudden, if it gets volume, like a big volume burst, I mean, this will probably take it right through 19 like nothing. And traders look at that. They just kind of look at that. A stock that's been up all day, and they see what happens towards the end. And all of a sudden, if after hours you start to see some volume pouring in, I mean, you could, just get the enthusiasm after hours also. Again, I don't know it's going to do that. I'm just saying, don't lose sight of it. Yeah, it's a little different, Becca. We're not talking about a catalyst like that for MGTX. The catalyst just is that if it can hold near the highs, and all of a sudden you start getting some more volume towards the end and after hours, we've seen this time and again that a stock that is strong all day, if it has room, can still move after hours. Again, I'm not predicting it's going to do that, but that's what I look for. Yeah, RVNC, it is ramping up. I mean, look at the break. Look at the break out of this consolidation on the 15s. It was sitting there for a long time. That's probably about 2.5 to 3 hours. But remember, for all the reasons why it dropped, they're still in place. It's just, people are looking for a potential little bounce play that might last who knows how long. Shouldn't be. My mute thingy is still, should not be up. If you can't hear, so, okay, let me ask the question. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so why did you say my mute thingy is still up? Okay, guys, well, here we go. Here we go on the MGTX. Good grief, look at this. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Gotcha, thank you. Fingers crossed, bated breath. Ha! It even showed up my option scanner. Well, I don't know if it's going to be late. I honestly don't know. I know the trigger was at 1917. The reason being, yeah, so it had to take out that high right there. Yeah, so the option volume is fine now. So on that little burst right there, that obviously triggered a bunch of option trading. Because I guess it now it's at 2,800. My scan says it has to be at least 2,000 contracts, so it's at 2,800 now. My guess is that that little burst caused the increase in options, and that's why now you got it in my option scanner. I know it's at 1917. I'm just gonna, it could, if it takes out, look at the volume that came in. Takes out that 19 again, it could really start to run. Zach mentioned Hudi, Hudi, another one that's not an all-time high, but I guess this is an IPO, or was it a SPAC? I guess it was not a SPAC, so it was an IPO. It was an IPO, okay, back around November of last year. That's interesting. So SEC meme stock frenzy report. Okay, so sort of, Ron. I think it still needs fixing, but if you look at one of the tabs is called similar. Okay, yeah, I think it's getting better, but it's certainly not perfect. So one of the tabs in our single stock window is called similar. So the theory is that these are stocks in similar sector, okay, to Hootie. Okay, now if I looked at American Airlines, you would see a bunch of airline stocks. Okay, there's Azul, Hawaiian, JetBlue, Save, a Brazilian one. So a UAL, AAL. So you would see a Delta in here. Some are, so obvious if that's what you're looking for. So that is a similar, but I'm not going to guarantee that every time you click on an alert, and you're going to see stocks that are exactly similar. You could wonder, well, how did that make it into the same sector? Some, though, are obvious. So if you wanted, for instance, to follow the airline sector today, okay, then you could click on that similar tab, and then you could right click and pop it out. Okay, so now you've got a top list that is just made of stocks in the airline sector. And now you can take it and treat it like any other top list window, with a price range, a minimum volume, anything you want to add in terms of filters, relative volume, has to be up a certain amount, whatever. So you can take that, so you pop it out, and now you can look at a sector all day if you want. So, typically, especially if you see a hot sector, you might say, wow, I want to follow that sector all day long, as an example. But don't yell at me if you click on something and then you pop it out and you see, well, that doesn't make sense. That stock is lumped in with the rest of them. But it sounds that it's relatively close to what you're looking for. Well, that is drilling down into the airline sector. Yeah, the passenger air transportation. Okay, drilling down into it. I mean, if you're looking for jets, which is the airline ETF, I doubt if it's going to be here. I mean, most people want to see this. I mean, if working well, I mean, why wouldn't you want to see? I'm not just talking to you, Ron, but anybody. You want to see some stock that is in a sector. You want to compare it to what the rest of maybe some of the other stocks are doing in the sector to see maybe there's some stocks that are lagging for no reason, and maybe they catch up. Boy, Sophie, guys, you have to, keep an eye on this one over the next few days. Now that it looks like it's officially broken through 20, and with that $25 price target, the next high looking left is 2025. So that's basically what Morgan Stanley is saying, with a price target at the all-time high. Now you can also take that similar stock. You can. It's hard for me to do it here. I want to say you can duplicate the window, so you could have the similar up and running the whole time, so you don't have to click on it. Now, if I duplicate it into a free floating, you'll see what I mean. So I could have now this up and running the whole time. Oops, well, it's behind here now. Depends on your layout. If you're using docked windows and you just dock it in something. If you're using free floating windows, then you just have it free floating, and so every time you click on an alert, the similars will come into play here. Wow, Sophie, SOFI, getting close to 21 now. Whew. Well, guys, okay, one last look at my home page and all the information that is there. All right, so when you click on my link, the homepage link, this is what you're going to see. All right, you want to take out a subscription right here, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on here, you'll see we have 4 plans. The trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, you can sign up for them here. All the education links are here, including the new user guide, which has got I can't imagine there's nothing in here that is, if you're looking for information about how to do something, I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to find it. This divides it into sections, but here's the full table of contents, okay? And some of them have videos attached. So it's a wonderful job that was done by Stephanie, Trade Ideas, okay? But at the beginning, you don't have to get into so much in depth like that. You can always just take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Shows you, what is a top list, how to create them, what is an alert window, how to create them, things like that. Daily support in YouTube between 12 and 1. And the daily webinars, which will be back to our normal schedule next week. I'm not sure if it's next week is Monday and Wednesday or Tuesday and Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos here, starting trade ideas from scratch, etc. Back to basics if you're new to trading. Great little series. Take a look at this. It starts off with literally what is a stock. And then this section right there, all the scans and a layout that I'm sharing. So this is a sample layout. Looks a lot like what you see. But I have other scans that I'm sharing. Try to create enough different types of scans, for different types of trading styles. So these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: the gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. That kind of gets me set to maybe to take a look at stocks that may continue to be active once the market opens. So save my link. These 2 sections, a lot of information. If you save my link, you can look at them at any time. Well, you mentioned XPOF before, and I betcha on the short side now. So far, everything has been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I didn't take this one, but wow, something's running up. HX, guys. HX is on the move here. HX. It's had a big run over the last few days. Started at 285, 678 now. China stock. Volume coming in. HX. Pre-market high was up here at around 726. I wasn't looking to short that one, but all the other ones, you're right, not shortable at IB. All right, guys, I'll be back in a minute. All right, guys, 236. Well, this hasn't had a big drop yet. The HX has not had a big drop yet. All right, keep an eye again on the MGTX. This has been a fun one. Whoa, FTEC. FTEK just showed up. And volume, look at the volume that just came into FTEC. Wow, FTEK. I know it showed up on my option scanner. However, you look left and that high's right there, 210. That could easily stall it, but look at the volume. Look at the volume that just came in. I mean, it's traded 2.2 million, and right there on that 15-minute chart or 15-minute candle bar is about a third of it. Right there. Gotta be a pump, yeah. Not from us. Yeah, I appreciate that, Kim. And to everybody else that you've mentioned, absolutely. Absolutely. On their behalf, I will thank you. Absolutely. So on the 11th, what are we now? The 18th. So about a week ago, they okayed a $400 million share. I'm sorry, that is a different stock. That is TTEK, not FTEK. Okay. It's just wrapped into, I'm just looking at a headline. TTEK, or maybe, yeah, TTEK. Wow, a $400 million share buyback last week was announced. However, FTEK, I don't know what the deal is behind this one. All I know is a China stock, kind of financial. But it has not been hit like Tiger or FUTU, so must be in a different realm within China. 242. I'm just counting this minute by minute. This one has been inching down also. ENZ. Yeah, right into the 200-day now. Will it hold the 200-day and bounce off it? ENZ. Well, your long of RVNC that may be over now, Vicky. I don't know who else took it, but RVNC may be over. It looks like that 14 is going to maybe block it. Trying to drift just a little bit here. And it looks like you're almost getting that cross. 8 EMA crossing down below the 20. Well, I may be wrong. FTEK, let's see. Boy, something is pumping this one. Look at the volume. Again, almost 2 million shares in this candle right there, and that's over half the volume today, right here. No, it's just, again, some room must have got a hold of this, or some newsletter writer, or some guy tweeted something that has a big following. This is because you're right, there's no news, no nothing. I never saw Fuel Tech running with the rest of them. I know we had the three of them always, Ballard, Plug, and Fuel Cell. I don't recall this one running with them. But I may be wrong. In the early days, okay? All right, guys. Well, as I'm getting set to wrap up this room, I will still be watching that MGTX, see if it takes out 19 again later on, and then see if it has any sort of move after hours. Again, it may not do anything, but it's worth a peek. There's just a C. Cling Daddy, welcome to the room. Yeah, I open the room in case you guys don't know who are brand new. I open the room at 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course, so half an hour before the market opens. And then we start talking about the ones that have moved in the pre-market. I still like your other tank. Okay. Volcon. Sounds like a Star Trek. So, VLCN, was there any news? Oh, yeah, okay. This happened at... so actually at 5 o'clock, yeah, with a tier 1 design firm that services Jeep, Dodge, Ford, GM, Nissan, and Toyota. So there was some news on this one. Switchback, yeah. It's more interesting. Tank is so blah. I'm just kidding. You know that. I'm just kidding. Yeah, Vicky, you might be right. You know, HX is holding well here. And if you look left on the monthly chart, what do we see? 744 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Of course, it's already broken last week's high. And of course, the daily high. So, man, I mean, there's really, I don't know how far back we have to go. We have to go back to, yeah, last August before we see those highs again for HX. And as I'm speaking, there it goes. All right, guys, I'll put the announcement in, shutting the room down at 3. Well, there's no expected move. I don't look at it like that. I just look left and I see where there's some resistance. I'm not saying it's going to get to 744, but if you were in this one now, you'd have to be aware of that next high looking left. But I don't expect it to get there, but you have to know that it is there. Just give me a moment, please. By the way, in case you guys do want to extend this, Chris is in the YouTube room starting at 3:30, so you can always go over there if you guys are just can't get enough. And he goes from 3:30 to 4:30. And don't go to that link now because it is a new link at 3:30. Like I shut the room down at 3. I shut the YouTube down at 3, and then that link then at 3:30 you can access it, and he'll be there. This is a new thing. New thing. I mean, I think we've been doing this for 2 weeks now. So from 3:30 to 4:30, Chris of Trade Ideas will be in the YouTube room. Yeah, to give you an idea, this month or this week, about 240 companies are releasing earnings this week. Next week, get ready, about 650. So this week we've got about 250 companies releasing earnings. Next week, about 650. So I mean, we're really starting into earnings season. So we're going to get a lot of activity. I think we'll get a lot more activity in the option scanner. Yeah, the options will pick up, though I don't want a ton of alerts. It's not so much I want a lot more, but I think we'll get better quality. So it's not so much that I want 20 alerts, but I think we'll get just better quality option plays or from that scanner. What do you mean how to create scanner? You mean just in general? How to create a scanner in general or a specific one? So what do you mean by that? How to create a scanner? Do you mean well, we do have a VWAP. Okay, but it does need a volume confirmation. Some people don't like that, but that's the best I can do. Okay, VWAP. So if you click on an alert window and then so if you click on an alert window, right click, configure, and then click on search and then type in VWAP. Okay, so we have crossed above and crossed below, but they do require some volume confirmation. Some people don't like that. Well, okay, have you ever created an alert window? Dova. Oh, well, man, like, okay, you got to look at the 20 lessons then, or go to the guide, about creating alert windows. I mean, that's pretty basic stuff, You just click on new and then alert window and start to, I can't tell you what filters I use. You asked about a VWAP though. I mean, this is what we have for VWAP. Okay, I mean, this is what we have. So, I mean, I can't tell you what price range you're going to want or minimum volume or anything else, but this is the filter. Or, sorry, this is the alert. Crossed above or crossed below. But if you've never created an alert window, well, you better go to the 20 lessons. If you go to my homepage and go to the education section and click here, and you can either go to the user guide. The user guide has that information also. Alerts and like alert. Here's the alert window. Okay, the A window, the alert window. And here's the full table of contents. But also right here, this is a quick one, 20 introductory lessons. And what is an alert window, and create an alert window. Okay, so I would at least start here so you understand how to create an alert window. After that, I mean, I showed you what the filter is. You just, you can add the VWAP crossing above or crossing below, the price crossing above or below. Sorry, I just missed that one. I missed that one. Thanks, Dwayne. There was no TI Discord, no. Mac, are you a beginner trader? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. When you say a beginner, are you talking about a trade ideas beginner or just new to trading completely? Okay. Well, I mean, I would look at those 20 lessons that I just, they go over all the basic features of trade ideas. Okay. Whoops, sorry, not that link. They go over all the basic features of trade ideas, very quickly explained. The trading guide or the TI guide, I mean, it is full. But I think if you start off with the 20 lessons, so when you click on my home page, okay, and go to the education section, click here. I mean, the guide obviously is a complete user guide, but I would probably start off with the 20 introductory lessons just to get yourself, somewhat acclimatized to what Trade Ideas is. I mean, what is a top list? Build a top list, alert windows, the single stock window, the cloud, price alerts, etc. Okay. I don't know a perfect circle. I don't know, but you can build it yourself. I mean, just put an RSI. I mean, whether that means it's oversold or not, but an RSI minimum of say 75. I mean, that's what a lot of people might think is a stock that is oversold or overbought. I'm sorry, oversold. Okay, a maximum, say 20. So anything is 20 and below. That could be an oversold situation. I personally don't have one, no. But you can build it yourself. I mean, here you take your alert window, create the price range you want, the volume that you want, and then if you type in RSI, and I can't tell you what time frame you're going to use, but if you're looking for oversold conditions, let's just take for argument's sake on a 5-minute chart or 5-minute RSI, you could put a max of 20. That means the RSI is 20 or under, 20 and under. That in theory could be an oversold condition. Could be. So start off. Okay, well, daily. Right there, daily. Do it yourself though. I mean, it's easy to do. Now all you have to do is put in your price range and your minimum volume and things like that. But I can't tell you what to use on a daily, but experiment. You could put 20, 25, 15. Get really oversold. Maybe they'll bounce. No, I don't have one. Okay, everybody, a little overtime action. So 3:02, so let me get my script together. Thanks a lot for all the help today. Give me a moment here. Okay, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody. And make sure this works. Yes, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.